Dude, after being away for 2 weeks, one thing has never been clearer to me. Streaming is not something that human beings are meant to do. It's very strange. It's been 2 weeks of normal conversations, non-combative interactions. Hi, hello, nice to meet you. Where are you from? Have a good day. That looks tasty, etc., etc. And then just immediate a flood of the most insane people. Thousands and thousands of the most insane takes, all coming at you, begging like little hands out of the sands of the abyss, trying to drag you down to their level. It's madness. It became so clear to me, talking with other relatively normal people. Now, we were at a Disney hotel, so normal is a bit of a stretch. Hey, librarian, thank you as well. Thank you. It is crazy, especially after, like, I had 6 days with no internet access whatsoever, and I was like, oh my God, I feel amazing. And then I got internet access for 2 hours. I went on Twitter, and the Twitter algorithm served me like 80 tweets about people that were like, they masculinized Princess Peach's face. It's so over for Nintendo. And I airplane mode. I went straight back to airplane mode and said, forget about that. Taking a couple of days off, that's just enough that's like a salve on a wound. If you really want to cure the disease that creates the weeping sores, you gotta spend more time away. It became so clear to me, I got down to the root cause. I was like, oh my God, people are insane. That's the cause of everybody's problems. I know I keep saying it, it's so weird. It is not normal to be like thinking of what to say and then have like 2,000 voices in your internal monologue. When we were on the cruise, we got seated at a group table, which was terrifying at first because you're in the same table for like 8 days, right? And I was like, oh, there's been some mistake. Why are there 6 chairs? We're only 3 people. And they're like, oh, we're going to put you with another family. Don't worry, you'll make friends. And I was like, this is how you get a 1-star review on Yelp. Then it was another family with a 15-month-old son from England. And we had a great time. First couple of days, we were just feeling each other out. After that, we got a little bit more like into the conversation, figuring out where everybody's from. What are you doing? Where have you been on vacation before in your life? Did you exchange emails? Well, I let my wife exchange emails with them because I know that I'm not gonna coordinate with them. I'm a little flaky like that. It's crazy how many normal people are out there, man. You wouldn't think that there are if you're online a lot. But if you actually like go outside and are forced to talk to people, there's so many normal people out there. Was the 15-year-old a viewer? You mean the 15-month-old? I now see, like, this is why that's a relatively mild mistake. But this is why, like, the human brain is not suited for this level of, cross-communicative bandwidth. I'm capable of introducing my own errors into the cognitive process. I don't need, the sum total of your compound interest of insanity added on top of it, mixed into the damn forever stew of my psychosis, okay? It is crazy. I was losing it in Apollo's chat today, so there's a new dull. Hey, Tungleberry. You hear what I'm saying? This is how you know human beings were not created by God or like another benevolent creator. I'm not saying I'm like cast in the stocks while people throw tomatoes at me like it's my cosmic purpose. I'm just saying, like, there's no plan for this shit. It's not like a deity is like, and then we'll invent live streaming. If there was a plan, that shit stopped in like, before the invention of the steam engine. He was like, they give them some sharp sticks, they'll make axes, they'll make spears, they'll make knives. He wasn't planning for this. Jesus did not take the wheel. By the way, can I tell you something? North Americans, we actually have to fix our culture. I'm not being ironic. We were on the beautiful islands of Hawaii, right? We went to Big Island. The island is a volcano the entire landscape is formed by millions of years of lava flows, right? That then hardened and became a completely unique geographic structure. And like once every 15 years, the volcano erupts a little bit and lava flows down from the peak and destroys a bunch of stuff. First question, like 9 Americans put up their hand in the back seat of the bus. Tour guide said, yeah. They all at the same time said, is that covered by their insurance policy? We cannot let this be our legacy as a people, okay? This is the cosmic wonders of nature. Like 3,000 degree fire that's also liquid is being shot up from the earth. Your first question is like, hey, is that covered by your policy? You weren't meant to you were meant to look at it and go like, and then like get on your hands and knees and go like, we either thank you or we cower in fear of you. We weren't meant to be like, you know, oh, is this considered force majeure according to, it's been a while since I read the terms of service from Prudential. Also, I don't know, I need Chad's verdict on this, which is a scary thing to invite. I don't know if I'm the dweeb in this situation, but I tweeted that like Hello Kitty exclusive Pearl Harbor memorial merchandise because I felt like I was losing my mind. So when we were in Honolulu, we went to the Pearl Harbor historic sites, and I know that it was 70 years ago, 80 something years ago, but I kind of assumed, maybe this is naive of me, I kind of assumed that the Pearl Harbor historic sites would be like a little bit, I'm trying to think of the right word. They would have been like somber, I guess is a better word. It's like somber memorials, where you would be like, you know, a tragedy occurred here. And not only did a tragedy occur here, but that tragedy in immediate effect, but then also the ripples afterwards had an enormous impact on the world in ways that are still shaking out to this day. But what it really was is like, as soon as you walk in, and there's different parts, right, that are like, this is about like the USS Arizona, and this is about like the build up to the war, and this is like what the world was like in the US before they entered the war. But like really, you kind of immediately, they're like, hey, which of the 12 Pearl Harbor shirts would you like to buy? Would you like to buy the one that has the newspaper on the front that says like, you know, Japanese Navy attacks Pearl Harbor? Would you like to buy the one that has like 2 guns crossed over an American flag and says like December 7th, 1941? Would you like to buy the one that has like the USS Arizona like blown up in half that says these colors don't run? Would you like to buy the one that has like a nuke on it that says this country was not descended from fearful men? And I was looking around like, am I the only person that expected to come here and like, I'm not even American, but I expected to come here and like learn stuff, but also to pay respects. But people were shoveling every size of shirt you could imagine into, you know, Pearl Harbor tote bags and rushing the doors, man. It was crazy. Just eating hot dogs outside of the gift shop. And, like, hey honey, hey, how many of the shirts with the American flag and like the stars are crying and it says Pearl Harbor Memorial Sites on the top, how many of those do you think is too many? 8? Is 8 too many? But what's crazy is that, I mean, I guess in a way, you can almost look at it as a good thing. It's like, isn't that a sign that the world has done some healing at the very least? You know, you're like, well, it's so long ago that we can put it on a t-shirt. And then we'll buy that t-shirt and that'll give the person who put the t-shirt in their store enough money to eat lunch today. And like, we've turned it into like an economic thing. We've turned grief into merchandise. Also felt like I was like the only motherfucker there that was like, I want to learn some shit about Pearl Harbor. It felt like everybody else there was like, check it out, I'm at the Pearl Harbor Museum. And I'm like, why are you here? Couldn't you just go to like a brew pub or something like that? I just don't understand why. Like, you don't just have to go to the museum if you got no interest in it. Fake Pearl Harbor fans. Listen, that's not what I meant, but it wasn't even, by the way, the fact that Hello Kitty is like a Japanese company. Like, some people were like, that's what makes it funny. I think that makes it funnier, but I also think it's kind of a sign that, you know, international relations have healed. It was more the fact that I was like, there's a fucking store at the Pearl Harbor Museum that has Hello Kitty doing the Rosie the Riveter, like, we can do it. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here as a society? 1,000 people work at a factory making a Hello Kitty resin figure shaped like Rosie the Riveter that then gets packed into fucking boxes, placed on a tanker ship, like a freight ship, sailed across the fucking Pacific Ocean, lands on Hawaii, they unload that shit, they put it up, they put in like customized marketing and stuff like that. It's insanity. What are we doing as a species? Hello, Corey, by the way. Hello. That's why I was asking Kate, because she's been to the Hiroshima monument, and I was like, is it like that over there? And she was like, no, but it kind of sounds like Corey saying yes. I guess it's just people, though. It's not just North America. Like, when I went to the Korean War Museum, you know, it's an amazing museum in Seoul, and they have like all these, like, I don't know what to call them, period pieces, period appropriate machines of war outside, anti-aircraft guns, you know, gunships and fighter planes and bombers and stuff like that. And I was kind of like walking through it ajashi style, you know. What's ajashi style? That's when you walk through anything, usually the produce section of a grocery store, with your hands clasped behind your back like Morpheus, examining every single apple, but then not buying any. And I was walking through with a sense of, you know, like, wonder, but also fear that, like, look at what we as a people have done. You know, we put our incredible talents to work building this machine designed exclusively to annihilate. And then there were like just people that were like, check it out, guys, I'm in the warplane. And they're like, wait, we didn't get a good photo. I'm about to drop a bomb. Pew, pew. So maybe I'm the dweeb, man. Maybe I'm the dweeb. I visited the DMZ by Panmunjom last week, same vibe. I never went to the DMZ, which I'm kind of regretful of. But I definitely had a lot of people that I worked with that went to the DMZ, and like they take the photo, like the peace sign next to the North Korean guard. You think that's the best job in North Korea or the worst job in North Korea? You think that guy's like, I got the easiest job in this bitch? Or do you think every person that comes up to take a photo is like, he's just one fucking call of the void away from starting World War III? He's probably gritting his teeth. So another person walks up and does a peace sign and like kicks their leg up behind, and they do like can we get a selfie? And they're like, you imperialist dogs, were it not for the great spirit I have within myself, it would I'll kick off an international incident right now. Super Mario Wonder? So true. Super Mario Wonder, apropos of nothing at all. You see what I say, or what I'm saying when I say this is not a normal pursuit? What are we doing here? I know this is like the most narcissistic thing I've ever said. You guys are different. Does the average person, and I'm envious of this, by the way, it's not meant to be insulting. Does the average person have no level of introspection? Or a muted level of introspection compared to what you see well, see, because it's like this. Do people not examine like themselves and then the world around them, and then themselves, and then the world around them, and like modify their feelings and behaviors as a result of that. I just couldn't get over, like, if you're like 12 and you're at the Pearl Harbor Memorial and you're like, check it out, boo, 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 I'm shooting at a Japanese Zero kamikaze pilot, mom, boo. I'm like, okay, you're 12, like, you're supposed to suck, no disrespect. When they were like, you know, people in their 40s and 50s and 60s there, I'm like, what the hell is, show some respect, man. I'm not even from the country, and I'm showing some respect, but come on. You're like 55 years old, and you're like at the Pearl Harbor Memorial, and you're like, $8 for a hot dog, that's crazy. That's not the point, you idiot. Obviously, you shouldn't be paying $8 for a hot dog at the Pearl Harbor historic sites, but it's really like you're in a site with unbelievable importance for like global history that we're still living in today, and you're like, the hot dogs are expensive. Shut up, idiot. Go to the Costco. That's not what, it's not here to sell hot dogs. Like, not every venue on earth has to be like, whoa, $22 for a t-shirt, $8 for a hot dog. What are they trying to do here? Just relax. I'm just gonna be honest. If you're watching this on Twitch, you're probably having a good time. If you're watching this on YouTube, have mercy. I have been living the way God intended people to live for 2 weeks. I have been blissfully unaware of the internet. I've spent very little time looking at a screen. I've been having FaceTime with my family and also strangers, and it was totally fine. It was totally great. Honestly, I didn't have a single bad interaction. And now I'm looking at pixels in a 16:9 grid. I'm gonna be playing roguelike poker while filtering the thoughts of 8,000 people through my own unique mental problems simultaneously, and trying to weave that together in some kind of coherent stream of consciousness. It's gonna take some time. Let's put it that way. Like, do you know what my average conversation has been like for the last 2 weeks? Hey, how you doing, guys? Hey, how's your day been? What'd you guys get up to today? Oh, us? We went to the Dole Plantation. Meanwhile, I'm at the Dole Plantation. Everybody's eating pineapple ice cream. And I'm like, all I can think about is how many people got their ass beat in the Dole Plantation because they weren't working hard enough. That isn't touched upon at all. Instead, every single placard that you see is like, James Dole founded the Dole Corporation in 1868. What an amazing man. And I'm like, not even we plant 28,000 pineapples by hand every single day. And there's not even a single one that's like, by the way, the historical atrocities committed by this corporation are things that we don't stand by to this day. It's just like, a pineapple takes up to 18 months to fully grow into something that can be turned into ice cream. And I'm like, what are we doing here, man? Not even a single monument or something? We're just out here going, yum, pineapples. And don't get me wrong, I ate the pineapple ice cream. But at the same time, and it was good. But I don't really care that much about the pineapple except for how it tastes. I want to know more about the people planting the pineapples and the way that it affected the economy of the area. And, you know, if we could go back in time, we would have done things a little bit differently, knowing what we know now and with the modern standards and respect for humanity that we have and stuff like that. But just yum, yellow ice cream. Anyway, playing Balatro. What? I cannot... No screen like this exists in nature. How is the human brain supposed to understand what I'm looking at here? New run. This is not a Balatro thing. It's just gonna take me a minute to remember that this is what I do, okay? Any good buffet freaks this trip? Listen, this is a buffet freak. I mean, I don't want to be too judgmental. I save that stuff for when the cameras are off. Right, Kate? I don't know. I think, like, my philosophy on the buffet, okay, we're on the cruise for 10 days. You can't go full like Caligula for 10 days. You'll do serious damage to your body. It's not like, oh, you can't have any fun. It's just like you're gonna feel like total shit. Like you're not gonna be able to enjoy your vacation as much as you normally could if you're living like Orson Welles, right? So for breakfast every morning, you can ask my wife. There was not a day where I was like, yum, chocolate chip pancakes. For breakfast every day, I tried to make sure that I set myself up for success. Little egg fried rice, little sauteed spinach, 2 halved tomatoes, you know? And then you'd throw some stuff on there, throw a hash brown on there, you know, throw a breakfast sausage, couple of slices of bacon or something like that, 4 Coke Zeros. And then, you know, it's 9 in the morning and you're like, I've set myself up. Now I can, because I was having dessert every night, which is not typical for me. So, but I was like, I set myself up for success. But you do see a lot of people that were like, you know, day 1 of the cruise, they're like, I'm so excited for my vacation. And like day 4, they look like they got hit by a truck. And then you're like, this because you're eating just crab legs and chicken strips for lunch every day. It's too, you gotta add like a little, just some vegetable content on top of everything else. Like, it's just crazy to me. You know, the chicken strips are there for kids, right? I don't want to offend anybody by saying they're not. Here's the thing. I love a good chicken tender, but the chicken tenders on the cruise are not good. Take it from somebody that ate his kids' chicken tenders after she decided that I'm not going to eat tonight, you know? I eat them, you know, they're still like at the end of the day, they're okay, but these are not like, you know, premium chicken tenders. This is mostly just like, it's kind of like fried breadcrumbs stuffed with mattress foam. But people were going apeshit for the chicken tenders. And also, we as a society have to bring back the stocks. And I'm not talking about GME, okay? We need public shaming, and public shaming, we don't use it for real crimes. They go to prison. We bring it back for people that fill up their cup at the fountain drink machine and then drink it at the fountain drink machine when there's a line behind them, because that's crazy. You'd even see some motherfuckers, there's like 2 levels to this, right? The first one is they fill up their cup 100% of the way, drink 20%, and then fill it up again. Like, no, I'm not waiting for 120% of one Coca-Cola, okay? But that at least I can understand. It's just you have no awareness of other people being around you because you're from a town with 35 people in it. No problem. The second level, and this is true Joker nonsense, is that people will go fill up their cup at the fountain, drink half of it, and then not fill it up. And I'm like, you're just blocking the way just to be a motherfucker. There's no benefit to it for you whatsoever. You're just standing in the fucking way. Anyway, sorry. Well, it's 10:09. I've played 6 hands of Balatro. Also, I don't know if this makes me European or Canadian. Americans, if you love ice so much, why don't you marry it? People go fucking apeshit for ice. I didn't realize like how... Has anyone else ever noticed this when they go to the United States? I feel like it's crazy to me that people are out there putting ice in like every single drink that they get. Sometimes it's nice, but at the same time, I'm like, it adds such a drag to your life. You know, like every time you got to get drinks for like you, your wife, your 7 kids. And then you got to remember that like half of the people want ice in their orange juice and half of the people want fucking, can you make a Shirley Temple out of like 8 different kinds of soda at the fountain? It's crazy. If my wife said, can I get you a drink? And I said Coke Zero, she'd say, I already know. But if she said, you want ice or no ice? I would be like, are you crazy? You're the love of my life. I'm not gonna make you go to the fucking ice machine and wait for 3 minutes just so my drink is a little cold. Just bring it back. It doesn't molecularly change the composition of the beverage. Just go treat yourself. Go give me some Coke Zero. Hurry back. You know, don't dilly-daddle. But at the same time, treat yourself. Listen, sign up for the next demo. What is it? Local Thunk, are you here? What is this Star Citizen honey dickin' we got going on here? You play the demo in Steam Summerfest. Hey, get ready, the full game comes out in the fall. Boom, here we got 2 more for you. Here's another demo. I'm playing this demo, Steam fucking fall games done quick. Small Game Festival number 25 this year, happening concurrently with the 98th Steam sale that's ever. Hey, here's another demo for you. Hey, when you finish this demo, why don't you enjoy the demo? I've been cooked. It's a good demo, I'm just saying. It's a little bit of honey dickin'. Nothing happened to James Franco while I was gone, right? Like, he's still cool to reference James Franco. Nothing happened to Alexander the Great when I was gone, right? Like, we still look back in history as he's like a hero instead of like a despot. Hey, we're all still cool with Judas Iscariot, right? Like, he hasn't done any. When I was gone, he didn't do anything crazy, like betray the one son of Christ or whatever for 3 coins. I don't know anything about the Bible, by the way. Bro, how funny is it? So listen, this might be offensive, which is great, but we were in Hawaii, right? We were at a resort. I thought there's no fucking way. Opened up the drawer next to my bedside. Gideon's Bible. I said, really? Forgetting something, aren't we? I went 1 drawer down, Book of Mormon. I was like, there we are. No disrespect, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Look out the fucking window. Beautiful white and black sand beaches, the ocean, perfect temperature. One beautiful cloud in the sky as if it was painted there by Bob Ross. Water slides. 500 man-made swimming pools. If you think my ass is cooped up in that's the most misapplied Book of Mormon that has ever been released into society. You are not going to get any converts at the Aulani Disney Hotel Resort and Spa in Ko Olina, Hawaii. Okay, you gotta go to find like a Motel 6 that's like on 8 hours, midpoint of a 16-hour drive between like 2 mid-sized American cities, and then at that point, you might find you're driving for 10 days, bleary ass eyes, all hooped up on decaf. You're like, fuck it, I need to find God. Just give me a book. Somebody put a book in my hands. My ass is not putting on sunscreen, eating, smoked salmon al fresca, and then like, I'm looking for something to do. But there, you walk 2 steps, people are like, you want to go kite surfing today? You want to find God in the ocean? You want to snorkel with some yellow tang? You're like, no. No, sorry, I can't go to a luau tonight. I'm finding God. Just relax, okay? You got to put more of that shit in Indiana, okay? Take all of it. Don't start in Hawaii. Do you take all the hangers and soap out of the hotels when you leave? Are you crazy? We don't take the hangers. Of course we take the soap. You pay for the soap. I'm not taking the hangers, though. What am I going to do with that? You might as well take the soap. Unless it's in one of those, like, Walgreens pharmacy anti-theft cases where you can just hit the button. They're, like, gonna throw out the soap after you leave, obviously. What about taking towels? I think that's theft. You do not take the iron. Come on. Did you take the ironing board? No, you don't. Where would you even put that? It doesn't even make sense. How many ironing boards you got in your house? What about the TV? You wouldn't want the average hotel TV. It's the only CRTs that are like still in use to this day. You either have a 40-inch TV that's like as deep as it is wide, and it's fucking like you can't even turn it to face the bed. You gotta like sit up and watch TV like this, or they're like, check it out, we bought flat screens in 2007, so there's like a 9-inch flat screen mounted in the corner of the ceiling on the other side of the room, and you're like, you gotta bring your own, man. There's no other way. For whatever reason, their cable package doesn't come with a guide. So true. Me at the sports bar on the Disney cruise ship, watching the American tables try to argue with the bartender. turn on NBC because the football game they want to see is on NBC. The bartender has to keep politely explaining that because this is owned by Disney, they can only play either ESPN, ESPN2, or ABC. He's like, bro, I'll give you my login. I'll give you my Peacock login. Please, can you just put on this game? Yeah, we don't get that channel. I'm sorry. Hey NL, I tried my parents' Peloton when I visited, and Dennis Morton played a rock concert recording where the singer said, "We're all here to worship Satan. What the heck are you up to every morning?" So I did that ride as well, but I don't know, it's just my upbringing or whatever, but when like a singer says like, "We're here to worship the devil" or whatever, I'm just like, all right, brother. It doesn't really like freak me out or anything like that. It's kind of like, it's like kind of an inert phrase. It doesn't pog me up and it doesn't frighten me. You know, there's people out there getting scared because like Doja Cat has short hair, saying she's like a satyr sent by the devil to corrupt the nation's youth. What the fuck is wrong with you, brother? You just got a haircut. Are you crazy? You're scared of snip, 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 snip. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Anyway, sorry. And yet someone said you were anti-theist earlier. Well, to be fair, I did say get the Book of Mormon out of the Olani Resort and Spa in Koalina, Hawaii. Ain't no one reading that shit when there's a lazy river 2 feet away. But I also think that's just like, you know, that's just common sense. Also, we went to Volcanoes National Park on Big Island in Hawaii, near Hilo. And like from 100 yards away, I saw 2 people standing next to a stand that had like brochures on it, and I could only see it from the back. I knew immediately. I was like, that's the Jehovah's Witness canvassers. And it got me thinking, there must be like a factory somewhere that just makes that shelf. Right? Like their whole job is just making the shelf that the Jehovah's Witnesses put the pamphlets on that are like, this is how I gotta do. There should be like a podcast with some of the people that work at that factory. Like it's the same shelf in Vancouver that it is in Hilo, that it is in New York City. Like, I don't know if maybe they got a different supplier overseas or something like that, but I gotta get into the supply chain of who's making the Jehovah's Witness bookshelf. It seems like a really interesting concept. But I was also like, what are you doing here? This is one of the most like beautiful places on earth. If anyone was in a crisis, they would just walk through like the bubbling sulfur ponds and like they'd find something within themselves. They're not like, you got to put that shit outside of like a Boston Pizza in Markham, Ontario, when someone like there's nothing rushing in from outside to fill the gap in their soul. Like their ass is here being fulfilled. You're wasting your time here. Go to like go to an Olive Garden parking lot when you're like, you know, about to have a mental breakdown because there's no parking in the parking lot, even though the parking lot is 20 times bigger than the restaurant and the food's not that good. And you're like, why the fuck am I at Olive Garden in the first place? And why is everybody else at Olive Garden? Why can't I find a parking spot at Olive Garden? The restaurant fucking sucks. Then I'd be like, save me! Not at Volcanoes National Park. So you're going to give me +4 mult flat. This is a Germa bit, and I'm not saying it's like spiritually similar to a Germa bit. This is a literal Germa bit. The human brain was not meant for this. We were supposed to be in the forest, hidden trees with rocks and stuff like that, and like doing story time around the fire and like, you know, eating grass and nuts and stuff like that. What did we... When blind is selected, destroy Joker to the right and permanently added cell value to this mult. You know how many layers of civilization have built up to this? The invention of language. Getting to the point, the invention of games. I don't know, I just kind of lost it, but at the same point, I think we should just maybe become cavemen again. At least when you're a caveman, you kind of know where you stand, right? That's the hard part about modernity, is you're like, am I doing the right thing? I think if you're a caveman, at least there's tranquility in your solidity of purpose. You're like, go out, get nuts, come back, eat nuts, laugh with my bros around the fire, fucking sleep, get eaten by a tiger, runny nose, I'm dead, you know? Like Listen, I'm not saying you have to hand it to Christopher Columbus, by the way. This is definitely not what I'm saying. But I think we have to, this is another thing that occurred to me when I was away, is we gotta stop making ignorant comments like, oh, a Coke Zero would kill a peasant from the 1300s if they drank it, okay? I think people in history were more resilient than we give them credit for, okay? Can you imagine how fucked up it would be to be like a dude on a ship? You're like, your job is like tying the fucking sail on the sloop John B or whatever, and you're like, I'm going out to sea, I don't really know what we're doing, but I'm going out to sea. And then like 8 months later, a third of the people you started with are dead, and then the dude in the bird's nest is like, land ho, and then the shit runs aground, and you get out, and there's some motherfuckers who look like nothing you've ever seen before. That shit would kill me, man. If I got on like a little spaceship and I was like, I'm exploring the cosmos, and then I got out and there were a bunch of people there who were like, what the fuck are you doing here? I would be like, what? I want to hear what the conversations were like when they got back on the ship. They were probably like, there's fucking people here, bro? What? They were here the whole time? The whole time? Even back in the Roman Empire? Back in Mesopotamia, there were people here? Mesopotamia, bro. Doesn't that blow your mind? Fucking plants growing that you've never seen before in your life. Literally, people from Italy get off the ship and see a tomato for the first time. It's just fucking crazy, man. It's like when Simon in Lord of the Flies found the pig's head in the forest. It's like they were celestially destined to be soulmates. That shit would blow me away. I could not handle it. I better be like in the Maester class or something like that, because I'll be writing some shit down that I'll pass down through the annals of history. I'm like, guess what, bro? We got off on an island. The land looks just like our land. You know what was growing there? They'd be like, fucking yew. No, it was not yew wood, dumbass. It's corn. It's fucking weird little, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a bunch of little berries on something that it looks like it's from an alien world. Anyway. They must have thought they were joking, right? You're absolutely right. Can you imagine being the first person to see like a lion, and you come back a year and a half later, you're talking to like an artist, and you're like, oh yeah, and then it's got long hair and a fucking beard and 6-inch long teeth. It's okay, sure, yeah. And they spit out one of the, you know, those goofy pictures that look like they're from like a Where's Waldo book that were drawn during like the War of the Roses. It's like a fucking weird little stick figure lion with big teeth and like a smile and fucking pointy eyes and stuff like that. You'd be like, this? They'd be like, good enough. Anyway, I'm just saying I couldn't fucking handle it, okay? So I don't know if a Coke Zero would kill someone in the 1200s. I would fucking lose my mind if I was part of the age of exploration, though. You probably could not get me on a ship back then. I wouldn't leave. NL in 1890 be like, just finished my John Philip Sousa 30-minute bully intensity ride. NL in 1890 be like, I beseech you, thou shalt not pass me on the velocipede when Vaughan Williams' Pomp and Circumstance starts playing. As soon as the sweet sound of da 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 touches thine ears, look for me in the greater distance beyond ye. It's 1522 and someone accuses you of being a witch. How do you get out of that? Honestly, I think you just get cooked, quite frankly. You know, I think, like, there's some situations, there's just no way out. I feel like if I'm back in the 16th century and someone accuses me of being a witch, I would be like, what do you guys think? And if they said, that sounds good to us, I guess I would be like, all right, fucking rinse me, we go again. Nobody's going to accuse you? I don't know. I do irritate people, plus I walk on my toes. It's hard to believe, though, that back in the day, they didn't figure out the problem with like the witch trials, right? Maybe they weren't looking for the problems. Maybe they were like, this is just a good way to get rid of people that we don't like. But I feel like I could be like, you know, like just play this out, all right? If I'm innocent, I die, so I'm dead. And if I'm guilty, then you kill me. So like, I'm gonna die either way. This doesn't really seem fair. You think there's a chance that they would be like, we never really thought of it that way? I mean, they must have been like, it's insane. The gulf between the smartest people and the dumbest people in history must be crazy, right? Like on the one hand, you got like Archimedes, or you got like these ancient like Islamic polymaths that invented like geometry, trigonometry, astrophysics, and like philosophy in their life. They were like, they died when they were 31 years old, and they invented like 9 disciplines we still study today. But then you also had motherfuckers making the laws who were like, if 2 people have a legal dispute, we'll just have them fight, and God will make whoever's right win the fight. Like, are you serious? Could you put like Archimedes in charge of coming up with the rule of law? I'm not saying it would be perfect, but it'd probably be better than that. You know, what you got, he'll walk across hot coals. If his feet get burned, he's guilty. What are you saying? It fundamentally does not make sense. What does one thing have to do with another? Hang on. I want Spectral Pack. Add gold seal to a random card in your hand. Or all cards go to a random rank. We gotta try this, man. All cards, high cards. That's pretty high. Oh, man. Well, how many 9s we got in this? We got 11 9s in our deck. Holy. No way, I just got an email ad that says rest in peace to Halloween savings. Dude, it's pretty amazing. What the state of email marketing these days? Can I tell you, I got by a Wikipedia email this morning. Let me see if I could. I think it should be illegal. I love Wikipedia. I think some of the emails that Jimbo Wales sends should be made illegal. The one I got today, sender Jimmy, as if like, you know, we're friends. Subject, my last message. You're witnessing a master at work. You know I clicked on that email. And then here's the email. This picture of Jimmy Wales. Dear Ryan, please don't skip this 1-minute read. I'm sorry to interrupt, but time will soon run out to help us because the clock is ticking on this fundraiser. You became a Wikipedia supporter in 2021. Thank you. You've donated once. That makes you a rare exception who chooses to support a project that's helpful to everyone on the planet. I'm like, this guy's going. It sounds so official, man. I took the liberty of emailing you a second time. This is like the 500th time he's emailed me. I took the liberty of emailing you a second time on behalf of the Wikimedia Foundation because I wasn't sure you got a chance to read the first email we sent. I hope you know how crucial your commitment to supporting free knowledge has been to us. Me, when I give $3 to Wikipedia once, it wasn't $3, but that's a reference. You owe me $3. Wikipedia should accept the G Fuel sponsorship or something. I'm not gonna believe that Jimbo Wales is in trouble until I go to the homepage and I see Jimmy playing fucking Raid Shadow Legends, okay? I see his ass saying we need 100,000 more signups to like tanks, Age of War. You just gotta download the game and play through the tutorial. And then I'll be like, holy shit. Jimmy, here's $3. I didn't know, I'm sorry. But today's Wikipedia is presented by HelloFresh. All right, I'm gonna level with you. This one's entirely on chat, okay? Number one question when I got back was, are you going to play backpack battles? And as usual, when chat asks me something, I'm like, I have no idea. There's no context. There's no like link to more information. It's something I've never heard of, and they're asking my opinions on it. I'm like, we're not at that step yet. But anyway, the most common question was, are you going to play backpack battles? I go do some information for some research for myself, okay? I find out that the game is not out yet. It's a demo. I'm told it's a little bit like Backpack Hero meets Super Auto Pets. Let's try it out. It's available on Steam right now. For each star. Okay, I understand. Let me see what we got here. Shop entered, gain gold. Garlic. It's too much. Sorry, you got to cut that down a little bit. It's just a demo. You got to cut that down just a little bit. It's just garlic, bro. Yeah, it's versatile in food, but does it need 9 different effects here immediately? Every 4 seconds, gain 3 shield, 50% chance to remove vampirism for your opponent. Vampirism heals 1 health per stack when hitting with a melee weapon. Block absorbs 1 damage per stack. Food triggers. Do these all happen with the garlic? It couldn't just be remove 2 damage? No, yes, no. The top one is the effect. Okay. Oh, everything below it is a tooltip. So the effect is every 4 seconds, gain 3 shields, and you'll possibly remove vampirism. I see. And because this is a food, it would buff the banana. Okay. Stone. Damage 224. Accuracy 85%. On hit, destroy 3 shield. On attack, 25% chance to gain 6 shield and remove a stamina from opponent. Whetstone. Weapons gain +1 damage. Slots marked with star will become star when the effect can be applied. Of course. Okay. I'm going to go as simple as you can go here. And then, what the heck is going on? Holy cow. Start backpack battle. Launch me, bro. Okay, Whole Borvat versus Nero. So I'm going to be straight up with you, Nero. I don't like your chances right here. Never mind. What's your buff here? Regens 1 health stack every 2 seconds. We're taking fatigue damage. We're 2 evenly matched. I'm amazing. Round 1. It's sap, bro. It's Super Auto Pets. I've got an idea. Goobert goes here. Oh, but we'd like 2 items here. That's right. We'd like 2 items. Okay, hang on. Goobert goes, oh, hang on. No more. Let me think about it. If you're so smart, let's see you try it. Because I do want this, but I also want this 1 over. And then, okay. Goobert rotates. Don't worry about you for a second. Don't worry about you guys for just a second here. Now you're the tricky one, or something like that. Goobert's chilling. You're chilling. Now that's only going to activate 1 time. This could activate. Wait, but these are going to combine too. What happens? Become like a super stone? Oh! I thought honestly they could get sold. Okay, I like this for now. Oh, the stone is with the potion? What do you mean the stone's with the... do I even have a potion? Stone is pointing towards potion. Oh, in the shop. In the shop, the potion, the stone skin potion. I see. Stone skin potion absorbs 1 damage per stack. After activation, also applies the effect of the blunk without blunking it. What are you talking about? This is not sap, by the way. This is like PhD sap. You guys lied to me. This dude's got an upside down bird in his backpack, 3 bananas around some strawberry juice. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's gonna take forever, man. I gotta figure out what the hell I'm doing. You're rinsing them? That's true. Upside down bird build is not that good compared to Bloodthorn. How do I know what items get activated by this? Like, why is it? It must be is it a food? They have to be nature items. Is garlic nature? Yes, confirmed. Garlic is nature. You have a 5% chance to resist poison for every nature item. We don't need to stack too many. I don't think we need to stack too many nature items. That's if we're going up against poison builds. We'd love to have it. You want it on the sword? We want what on the what? Like that? You need it on the. It will be better than what? Affected 5%. Okay, now I need your help. Why does it matter that the sword gets the star instead of like garlic, for example? It doesn't. Oh, okay. I'm not worried. The game is not called like get the most stars. The game is called beat your opponent's ass. Can I move this whole backpack over here and put fanny pack right here? You can? Here's what I'm thinking. Can I go like, oh, what have I done? Work with me for just a second here. Okay, now. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but just everybody chill out. You guys are really playing this like on your phones while you fucking take a dump? Just crazy. Roll me again. I'm losing it, man. Upside down bird? Lightsaber? Can I fucking make... Okay. But now Goober is... I'm just moving stuff now, man. I can't keep it together. You know what? Rip to this stone, and thus the bag of stones. I'm built different. We're taking a bird, man. It's another nature item, too. Holy cow! Oh, this is gonna... I gotta rethink my whole world, man! Rotate it, you geniuses! Now, everybody just relax for a second. It might take me 20 minutes to figure this out, okay? But we're gonna get it. We want the bird to see as much nature as possible. Nah, I lost it. What do you mean this isn't nature? How is this not nature, bro? Be honest, how is this not nature? It is? Why is it not golden up then? It doesn't trigger? Oh, because Ivy doesn't have a trigger. Jesus Christ. Send me! The hell is this, Eddie? It's got Sarah Angel? I'm out here getting my ass beat. Hold! Star items gain 5% crit chance for each luck. Gloves of haste. Items trigger 20% faster. No, affected items trigger 20% faster. Okay. And every 3 seconds, star items trigger 5% faster. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? It's too much, man. Just send it. Just too much shit to figure out, man. Like, it's like, okay, I can easily fit the gloves. All we got to do is, like, rotate the pineapple. If we rotate the pineapple, we no longer get the extra effect of the pineapple being in the fanny pack, which is like a 10% faster every 4 seconds, every 3.6 seconds. And instead, you gain 1 spike and heal for 3. But then if you got to, it's just like everything you change is like, it's the butterfly effect, man. I'm just going to focus on making my bird cool. How does that strike you? Are you nature? You are. Items, activated items gain 5% crit chance for each luck. That's fine. I'm just gonna pop you down. Right here. Right here. Right here. Somebody explain to me why the bird is not hitting the acorn collar as an activated item. It doesn't, because it has no trigger. Okay. Right, okay, fine. Fucking whatever. Start me up. Let's beat some ass. Egghead. It begins. I know I'm in trouble because they got 17 status effects before the round even started. But wait, I cleanse poison debuffs. I cleanse poison debuffs. Why is my poison debuff not getting cleansed by my bird? Or whatever. I don't know. They got more stands. Okay. Oh! Ooh, holy armor. At the start of battle, gain 55 shields. Gain 2 blank for every blank. Fucking if blank. It's too much like real life. Lightsaber. It's a blank, and if you blank, then you blank on your blank, unless your opponent has a blank, in which case blank and go blank yourself. And if you don't, if you blank when someone blanks, in this condition, 50% chance to blank, unless they've got extra lightning resist, in which case you're gonna blank. You're a 6-piece Andy? Okay, I understand. Oh no, undo. How do, is there a drop everything in, yes, okay, drop everything in storage, please. Let's build it back from 0. Why does it look so stupid? This backpack looks like Homer Simpson's car. First, okay, let's start from brass tacks, okay? The hell is Jinx tortilla? Now I'm gonna worry like 0% about min-maxing from this point onwards. You did this for the armor? Oh man, that is true. And then it would be good if this hit the, yeah. You don't act. Why wouldn't you activate, brother? Why wouldn't you activate? It doesn't have a chance. It has a chance. It has a critical chance. Because it's in the ranger bag. That's fair. If your ass makes a game this complicated, you better program the fucking edge cases in or I'm gonna lose my damn mind! Whatever, bro. Start me up. They got a damn baby dragon in their inventory. What's going on with that? It's got a gem set within it. I'm beating ass. I have no idea what I'm doing, man. We just got to get to 10 wins anyway, right? Then I'll be freed. I mean, I got to be the dumbest motherfucker on earth to be cracked at this game, right? Start backpack battle. Are we going to have like 110 shields when we pop off? It's just shields or just clothes and birds in my inventory, man. I had no idea what's... I got 25 poison on me, bro! Cleanse it! Cleanse it. I'm gonna die. Never mind. I'm gonna be fine. Let me be honest with you. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's be smart. I'm gonna take the win on this first one here. I can't believe people were like, it's basically SAP. It's so much more complicated than SAP. Have you lost your mind? This makes way more sense to me than SAP. What are you talking about? Literally, in SAP, an animal is like, does 1 damage to 1 unit before attacking. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. You liar. Sorry. Damage 2 to 4, 1.8 per second. Stamina cost 1.5, 0.9 per second. Accuracy 85%. Cooldown 1.7 seconds. We haven't even gotten into the damn text yet. What are you talking about? I can't follow everything in SAP. You got no shot at following everything in this. Are you crazy? I think that what it is it's actually simpler than SAP. Because in SAP, there's pressure to have everything 100% perfectly figured out and calculated. Whereas in this, you're playing it by feel. You're like, there's probably a good chance this will work. There's another trivia game in the Jackbox pack. Oh! Reminds me, on the cruise, Kate and I finally got a chance to do some of the trivia. Our daughter was old enough to come with us and just like, hang out or watch her iPad for a bit. Some of you guys are cool. Do not go do Disney trivia on a Disney cruise. You are going to get your ass beat unless you're an insane person. I don't think, realistically speaking, I know I have a diverse audience. Nobody watching this is going to win Disney trivia at Disney cruise. Okay, so we went, it was like Pixar trivia. I was like, I've seen most of the Pixar movies. Kate likes them a lot too. We got a chance. It was like question 1, what's the name of the rat in Ratatouille? I'm like, fucking Ratatouille. Kate's like, no, it's Remy. I'm like, oh shit, you're right. Okay. Question 2, what's the name of the dinosaur in Toy Story? I'm like, boom, Rex. We're gonna get perfect. The next question was, what is the famous numerical code that the Human Containment Bureau shouts out in Monsters, Inc. when they notice a sock on the back of the monster's outfit? And I was like, fucking, I don't know. Kate was like, I don't know. Everyone in the group was like, it's called 2319, 2319. And then the person administering the trivia and was like, how do you know that? And then they were like, I've watched the movie a lot. Also, did you know that 2319, it's called 2319 because W is the 23rd letter of the alphabet and 19 is wait, 1 second here. I got fucking twisted up. Basically, it's a white sock, WS. W is the 23rd letter of the alphabet. Sock is the 19th letter of the alphabet. And I was like, I'm fucked, brother. I am getting my ass beat. So I would say we averaged, sorry, S is the 19th letter. I would say we averaged like 12 to 14 out of 20 questions right. Every single time, there were like 8 teams that had a perfect score. And here's the thing that was driving me crazy. No disrespect. Some of these people were probably amazing at other forms of trivia, but the teams that won the Disney trivia, they would always have a tiebreaker that required like common sense, and they would shit their whole ass. I'm sorry to put it in those phrasings. But one of the tiebreakers was like, how long in minutes is Onward? Pixar's Onward. And you're like, okay, it's a movie, but movies have been creeping up in length lately. And, Pixar usually tries to come in just before the 2-hour mark or something like that. One team said 86 minutes. I'm like, are you crazy? You think Disney Pixar greenlit an 86-minute long children's movie? The movie would be over by the time you came back with your concessions. Yeah, you gotta put your base, like, a movie is 2 hours long, minus up to 30 minutes if it's for kids. However, Pixar movies tend to creep it up a little bit more. I don't know if it's like a shareholder thing, but yeah, movies in the modern era are not 86 minutes long. Come on. Sorry, I thought I just heard some shouting upstairs. And now, how come you don't have a Canadian accent? It's a great question. Thank you for asking. I used to have one. Malf kind of has one. We grew up in the same area, but I got bullied on Xbox Live for having a Canadian accent. You know, I still had the kind of like mean streak in me where when someone annoyed me, I would like try to light them up like the angry man yells at trumpeter outside of that New York building. But it all falls apart if you're like, yeah, well, I bet you still live in your mom's basement, you friggin' hoser. People will be like, wow, bro, you're from Canada. Yeah, nice argument. Turns out, though, you're from Canada. So I watched a shitload of CNN. So I could just sound like I was from somewhere in the United States you couldn't quite place. Tragic news tonight as a dog has fallen into a volcano somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Authorities say he was a good dog, but the verdict is out on whether or not he will go to heaven. Coming up next, it's Mike Wazowski with sports. Stay tuned. You know what I'm talking about? More or less. Yeah. Okay. It does look like a cock backpack. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Can't be mad at you for it. We're Goobert maxing. Sorry. But it's true. Roll. By the bag. Move me one over. Now, you thought it was a penis bag before. We scratched that and reversed it like Timothy Chalamet in the Wonka teaser. And look at this. Now it's a dick going the other way. With balls. Me at the cock restaurant, when the server asked me, do you want balls with that cock, sir? Of course I want balls with the cock. That's why I said the meal. If I wanted just the cock, I would have ordered it off the appetizer section. Everybody just chill out. It's gonna take a second. Can I even fit this? No jokes, please. Lightsaber Goobert. What a horrendous... This can't possibly be the optimum way. Now, how do I make you... There you go. Light Goobert. No space for fucking anything. 1 gold. And you lost a trigger. That's fine. It'll be worth it for Light Goobert. Get rid of your pig? I will never get rid of my pig. What is this? Don't just kill me. Because if I ever get to the point where these are the kind of builds that I'm running here, like I've gone too far. Well, I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at, okay? They got decks of cards that are all inked up in series. Whatever. Oh my god! No chance, I'm dead. Look at this. There's Marie Kondo on the other team. Everything's got a gem slotted in it. There's no wasted space. It's beautiful. The Gooberts are doing their best, man, but I don't think we got it. Look at the efficiency here. All right, well, you finally got me. I only got to 9 wins that time. Unfortunately for you, that's enough to take me up to silver. Nice tan, asshole. What the hell?
They have,
Ryan's playing Jackbox. He's playing Jackbox, man.
Bald avatar.
Is that actually him?
That's Jackbox.
He's Jack in the box there.
Oh no, Mom found the Jackbox. Ah!
Oh, I had a crazy dream last night. I had a dream I was being held captive, and I got given a gun to free myself, but the gun could only shoot corn, so I had to go find a bunch of corn to load up my gun.
Holy shit.
And then I got a warning that some dude was coming to inspect where I was being held captive, and I had to hide all of my corn in really good hiding spots, and I left a couple of them out, and I said, oh, sorry, I was hungry.
Wait, did the gun shoot full, like,
corn on the cob, or like just?
No,
kernels?
like little just kernels of corn.
Okay.
Oh man.
How is your dream so like? It makes no fucking sense, and yet it does make sense. Like it follows the logic that your dream set. Like when I have dreams, nothing makes any fucking sense.
It sounds like an indie horror game.
I am the new tournament mistress.
Yes.
And under
A little bit.
Wow, that
Wait,
was
what
a
the
fast
fuck?
vote.
There's a
Oh,
secret
you
message
my own
under
here.
the shirt.
Yeah, wait,
Oh,
what
never mind, my
happened?
browser's just
Why was
broken.
that?
Tank versus
It
tank.
is
That's how
tank
you know.
versus tank.
Why was that last round so quick?
I think it ends when we all finish voting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah.
Very good.
It's crazy because I won, but I didn't do shit.
Yeah.
Someone else drew it, and someone else wrote
I
the
feel like
slogan.
I gave you the slogan of the century on that one.
I made this.
Also, nobody picked any of my drawings or my slogans.
Unsurprising.
I'm giving you a choice. You can start fresh like
man.
before, or change.
Motherfucker, someone just drew some triangle-ass trees with a sun.
Ryan.
I'm sorry.
So good.
I hope someone picked my slogans. I was writing some like vile shit in there. Every single one was like, fuck your mother, call me back after you fuck your mother.
Got a sibling now.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Oh.
We both changed the same drawing.
Okay.
The original drawing was just a pig. There were
Yeah.
no guns in either of them.
That's Peppa Pig?
Real good.
It's not just a pig.
Oh boy.
Oh
Wow.
Oh. Hey, by the audience.
What the fuck?
Ooh, double hoodies.
Okay. Just for the record, I did not write the slogan on the right. I know I said I wrote all the vulgar shit. That one was not me.
Boldly claiming the most vile shit.
Oh my god.
It's like I wish that my mouse hand had not been so instantly drawn to the right the way it was.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go.
Somebody suck me.
I would
Aw.
be that guy's
that?
slogan genuinely.
6 years of development, huh?
Okay, man.
Relax, okay?
I'm kidding. They probably made this shit in like 8 months. In a good way, not an insulting way.
Mm-hmm.
They're working double overtime in there.
You're
Loading?
single-handedly responsible for crunch culture, Chiblee.
I have a good feeling about this game.
I'll reserve the rest of my comments.
I'm gonna skip the tutorial.
Please don't.
Yes,
Oh.
thank you, volunteers. And now, if you'll give me your attention, sleep.
Shoo.
Focus on my voice
Shoo.
and ready yourself.
Gotta find more corn. Oh no, the corn inspector's coming.
Or I'm about
Hide
to
all the
free your
corn.
psychic being from your body and
I'm gonna shoot him with my
hypnotize
corn.
you. Using my amazing mental powers, I will make you believe you are someone or something else. But, and this is very important, you
I'm
won't
a
all be
dog.
hypnotized to believe you're the same thing.
Sorry.
You'll each get
Hello,
your own
so
unique
sorry.
character to play. Sounds fun, doesn't it?
Yes.
And brains away.
Oh.
Why'd they put the two ball guys together?
Yeah, so true.
Easier to get the brains out.
That's it.
Hey, I should have been in there too. Guys, come on.
So do I want you guys to guess, or do I not want you to guess?
I'm
not sure.
All a question. Answer it as your character would.
Oh, answer it in
Okay.
character.
This is a show after all, but don't give away
I don't speak.
exactly who you are. You'll see why. Take a look.
You
and see
don't
if
want them
anyone
to
feels
guess,
like they might
but we
have
want to answer in good
similarities
faith.
to your
Okay.
secret identity. If you think you are simpatico, get in a jar together. If things don't
I don't know what that
seem
word means.
right, seek out a new group. For the moment, just worry about finding the right fit.
Oh no, they
Who
found the
relates to you the most?
Points on how well you
Okay.
do, but don't
they found the
worry
brain
about
jar,
it,
man.
Okay?
Mom found the brain jar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that's my twin.
What the fuck?
It is his twin. Well, I wonder what Ryan is.
Talk it out and get into groups, but word to the wise,
I-
don't spill all the beans.
I thought
Chiblee-
Bear, get in the lift with me.
Chiblee and
do you
Bear
belong?
are the
Yeah,
same,
should-
right?
You and
Yeah,
me should hop into
100%.
jar number 1.
And-
Corey, or Apollo, I
don't
think
think
it's me and
Ryan-
you.
Maybe
I don't think Ryan
yeah.
should get in
I
the
don't
jar
think
with us.
I'm with Ryan.
Are we split equally or do we not know?
Like,
Yeah, I think you guys are both heat related. I think I
Mine
gotta
has
be with
no-
Corey.
Ryan,
Dude,
you're not
fuck
heat.
you, bro. I'm going in.
mine has no
No, I
heat and it
don't
doesn't
know.
require
I might-
rise. It doesn't need to rise. Mine is there's
I might
no
be with
rising involved.
Ryan.
I'm going in, bro.
Couldn't put in my first answer. I had no words.
Getting spread.
What? Oh. Oh, I know what group Corey's in.
Uh-huh.
Well, I think that's all of us, bud. That doesn't help.
Whoa!
Because I'm not at work, man.
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Bringing many ingredients
It's my day off.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I
His
think
noodle
I'm,
in the sink.
I'm gonna go back to Sinvicta. Based on everything that I've heard, I'm 100.
Are we supposed to like this is so weird. I don't know what
I think this is right. I think this is right.
I tried to click the jar on the stream in order to join it.
Ryan,
No,
yeah.
no. Wait, why are you?
No.
All right.
I mean,
Wait,
you know
I
better
know
than
what
I
jar
do,
I'm not
actually.
wanted in.
Well, no, you know better than I do. I'm trying to play your. I just. You had some other stuff going on.
Wait, but it can't be Bear and Chib, right?
I think
No,
Corey's
I
on
think
his
it might be
own.
one. I think they
Chib
both
said that
made
it's
a
'cause he's
different
not at
joke.
work.
Yeah, it says when I'm not at work.
Yeah.
Oh,
We've
okay.
made it to
Yeah.
the end, so naturally, I have one final twist. One of you doesn't belong. Remember how I said that I hypnotized you to fit into one of 3 categories?
Yeah, you
Well,
did.
one category only has one player.
well,
The outlier. If you have been paying attention, their answers don't quite fit with the other 2 groups. And the kicker is the outlier doesn't know they're the outlier. It could
Corey
even
for
be
the
you.
last 2 rounds. I just don't know if I fit with anybody.
yeah, exactly. Who knew this was the game?
Oh man. The outlier most likely is.
It'd be so
If the
funny if it's
majority
not
of you
Corey.
agree, we will accuse that
I'm not gonna
person.
go Corey.
This guy's
If
played
you are
Among Us
right,
before.
huzzah! I shall reward the correct players with points. But get it wrong, and the outlier will take those points all for their lonesome.
Can you
I will
accuse
also
yourself?
reward the outlier if
Okay,
you
so
take
for future
the
reference, we
so
don't
take
want
some
to be
time
known
and
that we're
talk
the
it out.
Yeah,
You
shouldn't
like
they
you
tell
want to
you
reveal
first that
just
this exists?
enough to be like,
Yeah.
Accusation time.
Oh,
Who
I
is
see, the outlier.
Time to talk and vote.
You're trying to get
In someone else's
into
jar.
the same jar, yeah.
And are you correct?
Just voted for my fucking self.
wow, that was fast. Oh!
Oh God.
At least
We're
you
not-
ruined the show.
I knew it.
Who's the outlier?
It's fucking Apollo.
Chiblee!
Chiblee! Wait, what?
Please, show
He
us
said
those
getting in the oil though.
categories.
How?
Yeah, honestly.
Appetizer. Yeah, me and Sinvicta are entrees for sure.
I'm an
right?
appetizer.
I was an appetizer.
I was an
not.
appetizer.
You had nudes.
Yourselves.
That's bruschetta.
I thought we were trying
That
to.
is.
I thought we were trying to be like, oh, we're all bruschetta, not a category.
I wish, man.
Hey, wait,
curry.
that's me.
It was a curry. It was a curry.
You'll never guess what I am.
He said sugar. No one else said
Yeah,
sugar.
man, that was what threw me in the second round.
Ah,
We should
I
have
thought you guys-
known.
I thought you were both donuts.
I'm a long donut.
I knew you were hummus because you said
Hummus.
spread. Yeah, I knew he was hummus. That's why.
And pita. Also pita. Skitty.
Yeah, it all makes sense now. Okay, no, this game's sick. No, this
Yeah.
is good. Like
now
this.
that we know what's going on.
Now that we understand, yeah.
Mozzarella sticks.
You like that
Oh, he's
melty
got
goop in the
melty
middle?
goop in the middle. That's pretty hard though.
Yeah, it's for the first time. Like the first time you run through it, like it's a little bit confusing.
I thought it was pretty easy.
Act 2.
Oh, that was round
Oh my
one.
God.
What?
Wait, what?
It's a long ass game.
Chiblee, you're the leader.
You gotta hit restart.
Oh, Jesus, I am.
Oh my
Jesus,
god.
I am. Yoda when he's Jesus Christ in that one movie.
Yes,
Man.
thank you, audience, and thank you,
I love getting game PR emails, and it's like for a key for a game, and it just sounds so aggressive.
Listen to my voice and prepare.
Speak on
Kill
that.
yourself to survive in this brand new
Game's name.
adventure game.
You will die here tonight. That's just the email.
That's pretty much.
Oh,
I hate to break it to y'all. I have no skip tutorial button.
oh god, it's so good.
That's it. Let your new identity take over.
Oh man. Oh, it's perfect. Meat and fuck kingdom, Steve. No, you know what I'm talking about? Meat and fuck kingdom, Steve. Oh man, that's good stuff.
We asked 100 married men, what game would you hate for your wife to walk in on you playing?
Meat and fuck kingdom, Steve.
Meat and huh?
So I guess the flow of the game is you try to figure out if you're the Among Us.
Yeah.
And after you find out if it's no, you group everybody together.
Hey, Ryan's the outlier.
I don't think so.
We're not together though, Bear.
I think everyone's the outlier.
All right, Chib, we're in one.
John one, yep.
You know what?
Okay, I
They do
understand
seem-
those.
They do seem
Yeah.
related.
They do.
I'll just
I'm gonna
pop
hop in the
myself
middle
down.
I'll hop over here. Then.
Let's see what you've come up with.
I think I'm playing right. I think I'm playing the game right.
All right.
Mark down to the bone.
He's a chicken wing.
That goes well with your first one.
There's like death.
What the fuck? I don't
Yada,
know what
yada?
any of you are.
These are not.
Are you Seinfeld, Ryan?
Group away.
I'm getting nothing from that.
It's 100% me and Chib, I think.
Yeah, Paulo, can you get out of this one?
Yeah, I don't
man,
think.
but-
I don't think you're here, Apollo.
Come on over here, Apollo.
I don't think I'm with Bear. Bear seems like a metal head.
I'm not with
Bear
Ryan,
seems like
though.
Bear seems like he's just death. Like dying.
These categories are gonna tell a lot for sure.
Yeah,
We need to
yeah,
see what
yeah,
the
yeah.
categories-
I've
Give
been
us
playing
an
it
audience
real close to my chest.
Me too, but like,
Okay, check your device for another
well,
hint.
oh, okay, well that's obvious, but that doesn't tell me what the other categories are.
I knew that was a category.
Well, yeah, that's definitely fucking Jib
No.
and
No.
Hand
Sid.
over while I
No.
present your final question. You finally land on a new planet. What do you say to mark this historic moment?
I know exactly where I belong now.
I'm just gonna be so obvious.
I'm not. Oh, I mean, well, I guess it doesn't matter for you. My chat's saying all the hints are always the same for everyone. Did everyone get that one of the categories was animals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then all the hints are the same every time.
I guess that makes sense.
I better start making dollars, dude.
No, it's a problem. Take your time, Corey. Take your time.
Sorry.
My 100-word essay is due at midnight tonight.
Fuck you. I can only write 45 letters.
All right.
Gobble, gobble. Okay.
No, he's the outlier. He's trying to pretend like he's
yeah,
part of you.
I think
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
fucking
okay,
with
no,
us.
I figured it
Bastard, I
out.
play Among Us. Get out of here.
What are you talking about? Oh, but he says quack and nobody bats an eye?
Oh, bro.
He's
You
been
can't
consistent.
do it,
Prove
man.
it.
Wait, Corey, are we together? Wait, hold on. I gotta see what it is.
But bears is not related to anything, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
You cock him sideways.
And here's one last chance to find your
How
correct
did-
group.
Dude, me and Corey actually.
Yeah, I
are
think I might
together.
be
Get
with
outta
you.
Here,
Yeah,
Ryan.
I might be
You're
with
the
you.
outlier, man.
I'm just gonna stay over here in jar 3.
But what is bear related to?
It's a good question.
Why did you suddenly randomly become a bird after 2 non-bird answers?
I didn't. It said first thing, what song would you play? And it was my song, the turkey song. and then second was yada yada yada, leave a message, and it was like, I'm out being eaten right now. Leave a message
What
and I'll
the
get back to
fuck?
you.
I know way.
We can see your answers. We literally can see your answers.
Get him out of here, man.
It's bear, dude. It doesn't relate at all.
I know, but maybe Bear at least Bear didn't change his answers, dude.
Fuck, now
I'm
Ryan's
losing it,
fucking with
man.
me too, man.
I'm losing it because Chiblee wrote the duck song and nobody batted an eye, man.
His answers are consistent.
Why did you change?
I'm
Your
pretty
first
sure it's
answers
me.
is so bad.
I also didn't click on Ryan.
Yeah.
I voted for him.
I voted for Bear.
This shit,
Right,
this
that's
shit
not
Voting
buzzed,
is weird
bro.
in this
What
one
are you
because
doing?
every time it's been all 5 against 1.
Oh, is it like the most people who vote for it? I guess maybe.
I wasn't any of those 3. What?
You have to be a human because there was none of us are humans.
Dude, you'll see. I'm pretty sure I don't fall into any of those categories.
I'm not an animal, by the way, but
Why are you here?
Yeah, get out of here.
You were a plant, man. Why
Then why were you a turkey?
well, because I thought I was I didn't fit with anybody, so I thought I was the Among Us, so I lied to get into the first
I
bucket.
mean, I'm gonna say
I think
something.
we
I'm
figured it
not.
out, man.
I'm not a fucking
How am I
plant.
humans?
You're not a plant
I'm
either?
not, I'm not a plant.
Everyone take
What do
the
you
bow.
mean? Oh, well, this is gonna. Okay. Well, no, get these out of the way. We don't need to fucking.
I gotta see what Corey is, man.
Like, I guess maybe I'm a plant. I don't know.
What do
it's-
you
it's-
fucking
it's-
mean? Maybe.
You'll see. You'll see.
That's a plant.
It's not really a plant,
That's a
though.
plant.
Plant related.
It's plant related.
This is humans, apparently, is the
Oh,
concept
that's
of heavy
messed
metal
up.
music.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
I see
weird.
the
Yeah,
issue there.
that's
And he was a turkey.
Yeah, it's just straight up a
No
plant. Yeah,
shot.
Roses?
definitely a
Yada
plant.
yada yada. Leave a message, I'll get back to you. Roses are red, violets are blue. Leave me a message, I'll get back to you. You couldn't put that together?
Gobble gobble.
Oh my
No.
god.
No.
I
No.
don't like that.
My
You did win,
song,
Bear.
Roses by Outkast.
What does it have to
It's
do
not
with
like there's a
gobble
song
gobble?
of every word in the English language already. Yeah, well,
That's why it was a great prompt, is because I know something you don't know.
Why would you say gobble gobble though?
Well, because I thought I was the imposter, so I wanted to.
Yeah,
Holy hell.
no, 100%.
Holy hell.
That was fun.
Oh, I like that game. That's good.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
GG.
GG.
It definitely works. That's good.
I'm getting lit up because people were like, how did you expect people to get that? I didn't expect them to get that. I wanted me to know and you to find out. And then at the right time, I would reveal it to you. Preferably with like a whiteboard or something.
You didn't figure it out.
Screwed everybody. And then Apollo like convinced us that you were doing it.
Well, he was doing it.
Rightfully so, I guess.
He was doing it.
He's just mad because he sussed me when I wasn't marinated.
I get that reference.
I'm gonna say goodbye to you before you just leave abruptly.
Later.
See ya.
See ya. Bye bye.
All right.
I mean, I'm still. Roses are red, violets are blue. Leave me a message, I'll get back to you. The problem is, I can't write, I'm red, you're blue, leave me a message, I'll get back to you, because then all these motherfuckers are going to be like, he's Roses. And then I didn't fit with anybody. So as soon as they knew I was Roses, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm outed as the damn imposter. The wild card was that Bears was just mid-nomer. It was a misnomer. I'm not saying it's everyone else's fault. I'm just saying the game kind of broke on that one. I didn't lie. I said gobble gobble. It's a sound. It can't transmit an idea. If I say gobble gobble as a human being, am I lying? No, I'm quoting a turkey. The rose was merely quoting the turkey, okay? Oranges become apples, become Asian pears, become peaches. Yo, one more peach, and we're in this bitch. Pardon my French. Stop saying bitch. Nah. But I mean it in like a non-derogatory way, a non-misogynistic way of saying bitch. Like a Jesse Pinkman-esque, like bitch, open parentheses, as an ally. Is that really a pomelo? You know what's crazy is they're literally releasing like new fruits every day. When I was a kid, mangoes did not exist. In North America, at least. I still recall the first time I ever saw someone eat a mango. I was probably aware of the concept of mangoes, but the first time I saw someone eat a mango, I swear this is real. It was a job that I worked at my first year in university, and in the lunchroom, a dude he was like 24. He had a knife and a mango and was like going like shh, shh. And I said, what the hell is that? And he said, it's a mango. And I said, where'd you get a mango? He said, I've been eating them for years. I went to like boarding school in Singapore. I was like, what the fuck? He said, you want a slice? He, like Indiana Jones, he sliced me off like a little sliver of mango, and I ate it off the knife like a sub, and I was like, this is the best tasting shit I've ever had in my entire life. Why are they hiding the mangoes from us, man? It's one of the most delicious fruits on the planet. Nowadays, I don't even know. You walk into No Frills and they're like rambutans are on sale. And I'm like, what fucking rambutans? Yeah, hey, excuse me, Dimitri, where's the rambutans? Oh, they're right next to the mangosteens. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around dragon fruit. We're out here making shit up. Every time we touch, I get this feeling. And, okay, a grape. You know what? That's the Joy-Con drift, man! I'm telling you, that's Joy-Con drift. We all saw it. Joy-Con drift. No collusion. We need to, like, eliminate all animals on Earth that aren't meat, pets, or they have some kind of industrial purpose. Hang on, I'm cooking this one. We have progressed past the need for bugs. We have ChatGPT now. Can't we just like code something that keeps the biosphere in balance? Because I'm sick of seeing these fucking mosquitoes and cockroaches and stuff like that. I'm okay with bees, but I kind of resent bees. Because we do everything that we can to like keep them around, and they show no appreciation at all. I don't just mean like they should be saying thank you. I mean like you'll be like in a park, and then a bee will just see you're wearing like a yellow shirt or something, and the bee is like, ooh, look, it's the biggest fucking flower I've ever seen. Ooh. And you're like, bro, like you're lightly like trying to shoo it away without making it angry so it stings you, and you're like, bro, go get the fucking flowers. You're surrounded by flowers. The flower is using its stamens to bring me closer. And you're like, go get out of here. Shit's trying to like land inside of the soda can that you're drinking on the park bench and stuff like that. And you're like, come on, man. I'm just wearing a green shirt. Get out of here. We're in Van Dusen Botanical Gardens. Your ass is like hovering around me. And meanwhile, it's like if you ever say anything anti-bee, it's like, oh, they're responsible for like all the food on Earth. And I'm like, okay, well then we can disrupt that industry because they're fucking ass at it, dude. They're garbage. They're the best we got and they're garbage. Like bees have such a sensitive smell. They can smell the flower from, 3 miles away. Yeah, unless there's a dude drinking a Coke Zero in the park, in which case the bee is like, what kind of fucking sick flower is that? Holy! Bees really aren't that important. There's other pollinators too. This, oh my god. This post has been certified by real American patriot mosquitoes. Mosquitoes be in your chat. They be like, did you know mosquitoes pollinate too? Then you look up like the distribution of pollinators on Earth, and bees do literally like 99.8%. I also feel like we must acknowledge that at least mosquitoes are good at their job. What is their job? Drinking your blood and bringing it back to the queen and making like 100,000 more mosquitoes every time they bite you. They're like insanely good. Their queen, whatever, their fucking wife, whatever. My wife's my queen, so I just call all women queens. Only the women mosquitoes suck blood? What the heck are the men mosquitoes doing? Male mosquitoes out here watching like, damn bro, we're chilling. Be cool. Shut the fuck up. It's my day off. They don't live off the blood. They use a protein in the blood to create eggs. Either way, they're good at what they do. You know how I know mosquitoes are good at what they do? No one's ever like, we got to save the mosquitoes. Those fuckers pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. They're saving themselves. If anything, they're so good at what they do. They're like Canada geese. The rhetoric around mosquitoes is like, it wouldn't be that bad if we started killing all of them. Try that in a small swarm. That is good. That is good stuff. Geese, honestly, I don't know if this is known outside of Canada, but we hate geese. And it's a fairly recent phenomenon. Even when I was growing up, Canada geese were kind of like a goofy part that was of Canada's culture. But they were like a symbol of Canadiana. People were still like, we don't really, the number one complaint was that they're mean. Which I know we've talked about in the past. I would probably be mean too if I was like, if every day I was fighting for survival and then some fucking people were coming up to me going, some dude 20 times taller than me, like a creature I've never seen in my entire life before, just starts messing with me when I'm like next to my kids or something like that, I'd probably honk at you too. But the reason people hate them now is because they shit everywhere. And the shit is like so toxic that it's rendering our fresh water supply. I mean, like it's not the drinking water, but you can't swim in it anymore, which is like, it would be nice. I got a 15-month-old. I love him, but he's very exhausting. That's where I'm at too. Like don't get me wrong. Like I would do anything for my daughter. But then I got to think, like if she asked me to kill somebody, would I do it? Well, no, unless that person did something, and then maybe, I don't know. I'd have to ask Liam Neeson. Within reason, I would do anything for my child. That being said, I'm just like, this is my happy place right now, where it's I got like another few hours before I pick up my daughter from daycare, and then we start like a 5-hour playtime, which is just like her pulling out like a Mickey Mouse, a Minnie Mouse, and a Donald Duck, and then her going, you be Mickey, I'll be Minnie. And I say, okay, that's great. How are you doing, Minnie? And she says, I'm doing great, Mickey, how are you? And then she says, you be Donald. And then I say, but I'm already Mickey. And she says, yeah, you be Mickey and Donald. And I'm like, hi, Minnie. And she goes, hi, Mickey. And then I go, don't forget about me, quack, quack. And then she goes, you be Mickey, Minnie, and Donald. And I'm like, what the hell are you going to do? My ass is out here improvising like for hours on end in a voice that hurts my throat. 3 different voices that hurt my throat. And you're out there in like your toy kitchen, like cooking up some microplastics. Like, I don't understand. I'm like, you gotta be Minnie. And she's like, I don't want to be Minnie anymore. And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna be Mickey and Donald if you're not gonna be Minnie. I can't wait till she's like, I got pissed off by it, not at her. I saw a video on r/chess that was like teaching my 2-year-old how to play chess. And the 2-year-old, quote unquote, was fucking like 3'8", and they were picking up the pieces and actually making legal moves with them, like putting them in the center of the board. And then people were like, wow, you got a really smart 2-year-old. And the OP was like, yeah, I know, we're very blessed. I'm like, this motherfucker is like 7. You guys have not seen a toddler in 100 years. I got a 3-year-old who is very smart. If I try to teach her how to play chess, she's literally just gonna knock all the pieces off the board. And then I'm gonna like be like, don't do that, and then she's gonna laugh and she's gonna do it again. Like, this is not the time yet. You gotta wait till she's like half 3 to put it in the British parlance of our times. Working at daycare with 5-year-olds, they still have a hard time with the rules of Connect 4. I'm going to say one thing, I'm going to say skill difference, but I think that is fair. Like, it takes a long time for kids to not be, like, really dumb. You forget, like, at some level as an adult, life is easy. Like, the misery and the malaise and stuff like that is not necessarily easy, and the tragedy, but like opening the fridge and like getting a glass of water is easy. Or like if someone is like, here's a board game and all you do is roll the dice and then move, you're like, oh, I rolled a 6, how many spaces do I move? You know what I mean? Like you'll figure it out pretty quick. Well, this is a good start. Yeah, it's easy until you're 80. Well, you should not have brought Twilight Imperium to the senior center, okay? It is fucked up to think that your brain is like an organ and not like, you? Does that make sense? Like, I think my niece is 12. Her brain is worse than my brain. It's just an objective fact. Now, when she's 55 and I'm 80, that's gonna be reversed. Something's wrong with our society, because if I went up to my niece and I said, my brain's better than yours, I wouldn't be invited to Christmas dinner anymore. We can't handle honesty. But it sucks that it's like, you know, on some level, like your intelligence is dictated by the sheer weight of the organ in your noggin. Like, that's crazy, man. That's not fair. It's like, I was thinking about it when I was playing like Super Auto Pets, is like, it sucks that, like, well, maybe it doesn't suck, but it's very bizarre that we're aware of the fact that our brain is an organ and not our personality. And what availed me of this, and if you just got here from the raid, you're going to be very confused, but thank you for the raid. What availed me of the fact that it's so strange to know that your brain is not you, it's just an organ that's part of the composition of yourself, was that I was doing a calculation in Super Auto Pets that wasn't explicitly mathematic. It was like a decision-making tree that I had to go through. If I do this, then this will happen, and then if I roll twice, I'll have a chance to get this, and blah, blah, blah. Whereas if I go the other way, et cetera, et cetera, it is weird to think that you can't just get to the answer. You know what I mean? Like, you have to say to yourself, like, hang on a second. Like, if your heart rate is too high, you're like, whoa, 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 wait a second, I gotta slow down. The idea that your brain is actually like, it's got all the inputs it needs to do the calculation, but you have to sit there and wait while like the meat transistors like send the information in exactly the right way to then spit out the answer that was there to begin with. Like, you know what's surreal, and I'm sure you're gonna relate to this. It happens all the time. What's surreal is when someone asks you something. They might say like, who's the director of I Heart Huckabees? You can know that you know it, but not know the answer. Like, you gotta search for the answer. That's crazy, man. There's like multiple levels, okay? So it's somewhere in your brain, it has a little box that says David O. Russell, because that's the answer. And then there's like another part of your brain that's like, I know we have an I Heart Huckabees director box in here somewhere. Just give me a minute. Like, it doesn't have access to the VAR, but it knows that it exists at the same scope. So then that motherfucker's out there crawling through every neuron, like, and you can almost sometimes, the second thing that's crazy is you can be like, wait a minute, I almost have it. That's crazy. Like, you could be like, hang on, the little dude in my brain is almost at the right filing cabinet. And then you go, David O. Russell. Oh, I knew it. That's fucking weird, dude. That's crazy. I don't have any answers for it. I'm just saying, just thinking about that is weird. And that's weird enough. That's cool enough. It is dumb. It's also dumb. And then the other thing that's not fair is, like, some motherfuckers just have, like, a naturally faster dude. Like, my dude for memory retrieval is, like, pretty good. I'm relatively good at trivia, but there's some people, I watch some Jeopardy, average Jeopardy episode, I'm like, I could maybe hang 1 to 2 somewhere, depending on the week. Tournament of Champions, I'm like, these motherfuckers have a better dude. They got a better dude. They got a better dude crawling the loam. My little dude about to be off the payroll. Some days my little dude off the damn perk. I don't really know what it means, but man, can you not mindlessly just keep on dying for 30 minutes? I'm sorry, I suppose this kind of cognitive science meets philosophical discussion of what it means to be the only life we're aware of in the universe that's actually aware of its own conscience. That's a dime a dozen these days. What's not a dime a dozen is some fucking serviceable Lies of P gameplay. Good Lord. I just think it's, and it doesn't have to be a conclusion you draw from this. It is an interesting observation that you can know that you know something, but don't know what that something is. The same way you could be like, I know I've got a AAA battery somewhere in this drawer. I don't know its location, but I know that, I don't know its specific location, but I know its generalized location. That's crazy. Like, it's not just like a little, it's not a solid state drive up here that is like, you can have that shit instantly. Like, you gotta kick the shit out of your brain sometimes. You gotta be like, no. I really want this one. And they're like, fine, okay, I'll shovel some ATP into this task because you've delegated it as a priority. I don't want to, though. I don't want to multiply two-digit numbers in my head because I'm going to have to do it in 2 parts, and then I'm going to have to dedicate some memory into holding the first result and then adding it to the second result. You got to be like, bro, who do you think gave you the calories, dumbass? Do what I say. That's what dopamine pisses me off the most. Dopamine is the reward mechanism, the chemical that makes you happy. Your brain makes it, and then it hides it from you, and it only gives it to you when it does things that, like, your evolutionary code tells you is like a good thing to do, in which some things have hijacked, like sports gambling to begin with. Let's not even go down this road. And I'm like, bro, who do you think ate the fucking goldfish that gave you the nutrients in order to fabricate the dopamine? Give me my fucking dopamine. I spent my money to eat the goldfish. You turn that shit into dopamine, and now you're like my dopamine. It's not your dopamine. It's my dopamine. It's all you? Yeah, but it's not doing what I want it to do. So that part's not me. No, I'm not high. I don't have to be high to think about this stuff. Probably have to be high to watch like any show Netflix has produced in like the last 4 years. This is a sober discussion. Thoughts on new bylaw allowing wine sales in grocery stores in Vancouver? It fucking takes forever, man. They've been working on these nothing burger bylaws for 20 years. You ever think we need to roll? Okay, just work with me on this one a little bit. Why don't we just find like the smartest person in the world and make them in charge of everything? I'm not saying democracy doesn't work. I guess what I'm trying to say is I think we should I think maybe this already works like that. There should be classes of laws. Like selling wine in a grocery store, in my opinion, should be a lower class law. That should be a bronze level law. And then in my opinion, mayors should have the ability to change them within 24 hours at only their own behest. For stuff like that, do we really need someone to go, hey, we're going to send out an exploratory survey, we're going to do a pilot program, we're going to take the results of the pilot program, we're going to run them by a litany of consultants, and then 3 years later, I got voted out, the new guy doesn't care about this, we scrap all that, I get reelected 2 years later, we have to start over because we don't know if people still feel the same in 2026 that they did in 2023. Like, nothing's getting done, man. The mayor should be able to say, hey, starting on Monday, they're selling wine in grocery stores. It shouldn't take 10 years to get it going. That'll be abused so hard? No, because you gotta, like, murder, that's like a titanium class law. You need, like, the whole country to be on the same page and be like, really? I guess I'm not gonna be the squeaky wheel. I guess if everybody wants murder to be legal, I'll go along with the group. Who decides the tiers? All right, that's an interesting question. I guess we're gonna need, like, an exploratory committee to figure out who the right people to decide these tiers are, and then we probably got to do like a little pilot program in like some meaningless out of the way part of the country like Winnipeg, so that like if it royally screws it up, we're like no big loss. But if it works, we can be like, check it out, let's build a statue, Winnipeg, the first city where we made this incredible change, right? It's good for everybody. But that's the last fucking pilot program, okay? That's the last program. Because like they've been talking about having a beer legal in parks for literally like as long as I've lived in Vancouver, which is now like 11 years or something. A couple years ago, you saw it, Librarian, I saw. A couple of years ago, they were like, we're gonna do a pilot program in a few parks, but everybody was like, it's like making a stew, there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Like, one person's like, well, it can't be every park, and one person's like, well, the park can't be too close to a school, and then one person's like, no, nobody will be having a beer within 50 meters of a swing set, and they said, okay, we respect everybody here. So then they have these maps at the parks, which is like, here's like a dark green zone where you can consume like a beer. And it makes no sense. It's like, because people are just like doing drugs in the park. And meanwhile, you're walking in there with a six-pack from 33 acres, and you're like, hang on, I got to find the right spot. Then you find out they didn't even choose Jonathan Rogers Park, which is the park that everybody is drinking in anyway because it has the brewery right next to it, and everybody's down there drinking anyway, not even paying attention to the bylaw. And you're like, why are we paying 18 salaries a year to try to figure out if the bylaw made obvious? People are already breaking it, and it nothing's broken. Just scrap it, man. The world's not going to collapse if people start selling wine at the... Like, if we're at... Maybe this is too far. I think you should fucking choose wine in the grocery store or prohibition. That's it. I would walk up there, okay, ladies and gentlemen of the fucking city council, there's two... If alcohol is so bad, you can't sell it in Whole Foods next to the kettle cooked potato chips, then just make this shit illegal everywhere. Choose a side. Because I can't do this shit anymore. You could buy it anytime. Oh, that's too harmful for society. You have to buy it. The liquor stores are closed at 10 p.m. Oh, no, that's ridiculous. Some people work third shift. Okay, well, fucking you can buy it whenever, but the bars close at 1. 1 in the morning? Are you crazy? That's like when the SkyTrain stops. Okay, midnight. I mean, all right, but no happy hours, okay? You know, this city didn't have happy hours until like 2014. It was illegal to put alcohol on sale. Doesn't even make any sense. You could sell it, but you couldn't discount the price. I don't even know how long it took them to repeal that one. There was just one day they were like, oh, our 30-year longitudinal study on the harmful impacts of happy hour has finally concluded. It turns out nobody gives a shit. Speaking of which, hey, wine in a cellar? No. I don't think so. Who do you think you are, a no-frills? I don't really care either way, because I don't drink wine. It just strikes me as, like, needlessly regressive. It's the to me, I don't know where this puts... I'm scared of where this puts me on the political spectrum, so maybe I shouldn't tempt fate. It's just labor under the delusion that I'm on the perpetually right side. That being said, it's the same to me as, like, when I can't buy cough medicine because people cook methamphetamine with the cough medicine. So they sell it in the grocery store pharmacy, but the pharmacist goes home from work at 8 p.m. But I can't buy the cough medicine because of the fact that somebody might cook drugs with it. Not me, but somebody else might cook drugs with it. Then you walk outside, all the motherfuckers are already on drugs. It's the same thing. It's like, we really think that society's gonna backslide? We start selling wine in the Whole Foods? Have you ever been to a liquor store? Motherfuckers are drunk, man. They found a way to get supply. I do get the idea that it doesn't have to be like an all or nothing sort of thing. Like making the barriers lower will also introduce the less friction to people trying it and stuff like that, but it just seems a little crazy to me that, like, you know, the wine mom has to go, like, across the street. She has to cross that dangerous ass intersection with all the construction and the drunk drivers and the people that don't know that there's no protected left turn at Canby and 7th. She got to park in that decrepit ass Canby and 7th BC liquor store parking lot that is like something out of Slender Man and get her wine in there? Come on, man. Just let her buy it from the Whole Foods. Fuck that whole area. I love Malik posting. I love Vancouver posting because you can now... That area is a bit of a mess. But it is one of only like 7 areas in the city to visit a Home Depot, Canadian Tire, Save On Foods, Winners, HomeSense, Best Buy, all in the same the same vicinity. DL Guiga, you're not invited to talk shit about Vancouver, okay? Plus, you live in Chicago. I don't even know... I don't know shit about Chicago, except the mafia, and, like, I'm not even saying the pizza is bad, but why are we deluding ourselves? Like, why embarrass yourself into getting into a debate about whether deep dish or New York pizza is the best? Like, you should really just be fighting it out with, like, Providence, Rhode Island for the second best pizza in America. I hate giving props to the New Yorkers because they do believe sometimes that they're like the only city in the world. But, like, come on. You're not beating New York pizza with deep dish pizza, okay? It's not gonna happen. What else do they... What's the other thing? The other Chicago cuisines? Chicago dog has a spear of dill pickle on it. I'm pro that. It's a little weird, but I'm pro that. See, I would love to have more positive... Skyline Chili? Excuse me, Skyline Chili's from Cincinnati, you jokers. So anyone of you from Cincinnati, DL Guiga, back me up here. Motherfuckers think that Skyline Chili's from Chicago. What's funny is people from Chicago are like, bro, that's Cincinnati food. People from Cincinnati are like, yeah, that's our food. I'm not American enough to get this. Mein Face Wenn Das Streamer says that Berliner Wurst comes from Frankfurt and Frankfurts come from Wien and Wieners come from Berlin. Oh mein Gott. Sorry, I tried to make it 3 legally distinct, visually and flavor identical sausages It was hard to come up with, honestly. It's actually not funny, it's just offensive. Can I say something controversial? We took it too far in like the mid-2000s with offense. Like you go back and watch a movie like Old School and you're like, man, listen, did I laugh at it when I saw it in theaters when I was like 13? Yeah. Did I laugh at it when I watched it when I was 31? Yeah, but I was like, they shouldn't be saying that. But we should go back to being a little offensive. Not like to hurt people, but to poke fun. I don't know if we should yet extend into making fun, but I think we should definitely go back to at least poking fun. I should be able to make that joke without saying sorry to all the Germans in chat. Ricky Gervais has a good bit on this. Okay, we should not go back to being a little offensive. We should remain with as sterile as the humor could possibly go. I kind of, it depends on this. Listen, I recognize I'm coming from a place of privilege on this. I love when mouth offends me. There's like nothing funnier in my life than when my friend comes into the group chat and just lays me the fuck out. That's funny as hell. That's way funnier than like some kind of pun on like, hey, did you know that like, it's funny because naan is also a kind of bread. And I'm like, I fucking get it, Shakespeare. Would you share a blunt with Ricky Gervais for $1 million? Would you spend a year in the untitled Amazon Music and Google Finance folder for $100 trillion? Yeah, I would. I mean, I like... One of the reasons that Ricky Gervais is annoying for me is because he is very funny. He has a great comedic brain. I personally feel like he doesn't play to his strengths when he becomes very militant about his atheism when he's already made the point. And then especially the Chappelle-esque doubling down on cancel culture is just like, even if it resonates with you, which it really doesn't for me, at some point surely you've got to be like, we know? Like, we heard this one before, can you... But like, one of the... I didn't see the whole last... I don't even know if it's the last special, but it's the one that's like literally called Triggered. I remember, like, every joke was like, and then some nobody was fucking mean to me on Twitter, right? And I just, and it's just like that for 45 minutes. And I'm like, you don't need to give these people the attention if like this is what's, like you're famous and they're nobodies. Like, why are you dedicating your limited Netflix time to like a random person said like, you're ugly? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I think you can be offensive and funny. I mean, that's not even close to controversial. Like the Shane Gillis special, I thought it was really funny. It was also quite offensive. Like, there were parts of it that I was like, that's too far. But then there were parts of it that I was like, that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time. So he's kind of like, he's skirting the line, which must have been hard for him because I know he's one of Joe Rogan's friends. So he showed a lot of restraint. I can get down with like some of that stuff. It's just when it's like, I mean, I'm not even like a stand-up comedy guy necessarily, but the last like 3 Dave Chappelle specials, there's like 15 minutes where you're like, he's still got it, and then you're like, shut the fuck up, please come. We know. We know you're like courting controversy at every single one, and then people are like, I don't agree with you, and then you're making like another special about how people are mean to you when they don't agree with you, and I'm like, it's fucking that could we just go back to Killing Them Softly or something, man? It's crazy. We're really gonna do this again? We're gonna do another 120-minute. Comedians are the modern day philosophers of our times, and we're just gonna, the first like 30 minutes you're gonna be like, wait a minute, holy cow, Dave's back. The last 90, he pulls out the stool, lights a cigarette. You're like, oh, here we fucking go, man. Here we go. Oh, no. Says something like, let's talk about something. And then you're like, oh. But like the Ricky Gervais stuff, someone in chat nailed it, in my opinion, which is they said that he doubled down on the worst aspects of himself. He doesn't, in my opinion, the parts of himself that he feels are his strengths, I actually feel are his weaknesses and best used with modesty. The parts of him that are his strengths, he is pushed to the side in favor of this weird, like, Chris Angel comedian bit that I find annoying. Like, he's actually a very tender guy. You can tell from the shows that he's written, not so much The Office, but The Office, the UK Office, is genuinely like, it's, I know this is an overused statement, but it's like the American Office on steroids. It's like if you like cringe humor and you haven't seen the UK Office, you gotta, first off, it's 8 episodes long. As they say, it's the longest British television program ever made. It's very good. Peep Show's pretty cringy too. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it's up there. Probably one of my favorite shows of all time. Is that? I mean, How I Met Your Mother is #1 for life. Nothing's ever touching that. Not unless they create another Barney Stinson, which is not likely because he's one of a kind. I don't know why, but like one of the only things I remember about Peep Show is, and it's like a "that's so me" moment, which I'm sure everybody has when they watch it. But when he finally, I forget the name of Olivia Colman's character that he's like in unrequited love with forever, but he finally like gets her alone and is gonna make his move, and he puts on Das Boot, and it's like,
how long is Das Boot exactly?
4.5 solid entertainment hours.
4.5 hours long of the dudes in the German submarine. Oh man. What's your favorite reality TV show from Australia? I think you got it, Macros. I think you got it. It's Australian Border Patrol. I watched like 5 episodes of Canadian Border Patrol, and I was like, this show owns. And then I thought about it for like 2 seconds and was like, wait a minute, this show's like fucked up, man. People are having like the worst day of their life, and they're like, this bozo tried to bring salami into the Ottawa airport. That'll be $480. First few episodes with an uncritical gaze, I was like, get their ass, dummy. Nobody brings undeclared charcuterie into my country. Anyway, then I watched the Australian one, and it was like a little bit of that, and then there was a segment where they used gunships to like shoot warning shots at a refugee ship from Indonesia, and I was like, what the fuck?
The 2 packages contained around 500 vials of steroids and sparked major customs investigations. Officers in Brisbane later detected another 12,000 steroid tablets concealed in the same biscuit packets. A Queensland woman is facing charges relating to this 3rd seizure. The charges carry a penalty of $110,000 and 5 years in jail.
We don't have any of that going on Canada's Border Patrol. If they're doing it, they're not filming it, that's for sure. Like, bro, chill. And then they were like, plus the ship's got a bunch of salami, and I was like, get their asses. They're also, because I saw someone in chat say this. They said the best part of Canadian Border Patrol is seeing the Americans get stopped at the border and told that they can't bring their guns across. We need to be honest with one another here, okay? We're mending fences. There is a genre of Canadian TV that's basically laughing at Americans. And there's a genre of American TV that's called laughing at Americans. It's the news. Oh, man. But, like, there was a show that a noted Canadian, he's like Canada's Jon Stewart, made. It was called Talking to Americans. They would go to America and basically get them to sign a petition or, like, say congratulations. for some fucked up shit that didn't happen in our country. Like, for example, congratulations to Jean Poutine for being elected the 3rd Prime Minister of Canada or something like that.
Governor Bush, a question from Canada. Good luck. Question from Canada. What about it? Prime Minister Jean Poutine said that he wouldn't endorse any candidate. He says that you look like the man who should lead the free world into the 21st century. Yeah, so what do you think about that? How's his endorsement?
Well, I appreciate his strong statement. He understands I believe in free trade. He understands I want to make sure our relations with our most important neighbor to the north of us, the Canadians, is strong, and we'll work closely together.
Congratulations to Canada for finally creating the first igloo that has electricity. Like, I do need to say, to be fair, that exact same show has existed in like American late night forever. Like Jay Leno would send people out on the street and be like, what's the capital of the country you live in? And they would be like, California. And then they go, mwah, mwah. But I would say Border Patrol is like that. Because you do, and it's oftentimes like the BC border that we use, which hits closer to home. People will literally go through the border and be like, nothing to declare. Then they pull them into secondary, and then their trunk is just full of guns. And then literally, and I believe them, their defense is like, we didn't know it wasn't allowed. And I'm like, as a Canadian, I'm like, of course it's not allowed. But like, you know, if the rules, if you've grown up in a different culture, the rules might not be like apparent to you. There was also one where a dude got stopped going over the border from Michigan to Ontario, and he got stopped because he had an open beer in his cup holder. And then it turns out that apparently, at least this might have been like 2010 or something like that, but as of then, it was legal to have an open beer in your car and be drinking it as long as you weren't drunk yet. Something like that. So he was like, can you speed this up? Because like we start metabolizing this stuff pretty quick. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I should even admit this. I don't know what that motherfucker means when he says anything to declare. All I know is that if you say no, he just says, welcome home, sir. So my ass is not saying yes anytime soon. Sometimes they're like, what's the value of the goods that you purchased on your trip? And then I give them an honest answer. When they say anything to declare, I'm like, who do you think I am? Like Blanche Dubois? I fundamentally don't understand what that means. In the airport, they just have you do the checklist now. I saw that. Like, I guess I shouldn't complain. It's not like I want to talk to like a customs agent. But like, we've really gone so far into like self-service. They got us doing our own customs and immigration now. Like they got me filling out the checklist that says nothing to see here. Like, aren't you supposed to pay somebody to do it based on their preconceived notions from how I look? After traveling for 10 hours? It's crazy. And then the dude asked me for a tip later, and I said, hold on, man. You know it's gone too far. I don't know where I'm going with this. It was going to be something related to having the prisoners do, like, their own lethal injections. We shouldn't, they've taken it, I've gotten high on my own supply too much. We shouldn't take it that far. Save that one for the Netflix special. You could have cooked on it. I know, but the thing is, like, you got to do that joke right. And it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right? Like, if I'm going for the $1 million, I better make sure I know the answer. Otherwise, I'm going all the way back to 32,000. I might as well just leave with the 256. That's why I still feel like shaving sucks so much. They got to finally make that thing that I invented but don't know how to actually make, which is like a mask exactly 3D printed to the proportions of your face that's filled with razor blades, and you put your face into it and then you press a button and it shaves your whole face in one stroke. And then just do that, but like for your body as well. Okay, Jigsaw. Well, we'd make it work. There's a lot of shit in your life that's probably like a saw trap if it doesn't work. Like, if your bed fucking didn't work and you got trapped in it, you'd be like, holy shit, who made this bed? Jigsaw? But you just, you know, we handle it. You just get up every morning instead. It's so funny that Jigsaw killed a dude just for smoking. Hot take, but Jigsaw's not exactly a good guy. That's what's weird about the later Saw movies, is that they sort of like rehabilitate him. Or like they try to pretend like he's rehabilitated in the eyes of like at least a part of the society. Like in the first one, they're like, Jigsaw's like fucked up. And then by Saw 7, they're like, Jigsaw has a legion of disciples at his behest. And you're like, really? The dude with the tricycle? The puppet with the trike? The one who was putting people's heads inside of like mechanical jaws that will close if they blink their eyes? People worship serial killers IRL. That is crazy. Like there's that one... I think the whole true crime industry is fucked up, man. I say that as someone who loved Serial and like season 1 of Making a Murder. Like I watched like the first 10 like true crime Netflix shows and was like, this is the best shit ever. But I'm like, you know that one, I forget the guy's name, but it was very famous. It was maybe like 6 or 7 years ago that the crime took place. The dude murdered his wife and their 2 kids. I saw online that he has like a legion of female admirers. Chris Watts, thank you. Like he murdered his 2 young kids plus his wife, went to prison for life, I'm assuming, and he has a legion of like female admirers. Like, are you stupid? He killed his wife, bro. Are you? And you're like, something with a great deal of disrespect. He basically killed you version 1.0. And you're like, I'm re-upping. I know this might be crazy, but I'm doubling down. He killed his wife. Are you stupid? Like, I don't know what else to say. Are you smoking reefer? Same thing with vampires. Bitch, no the fuck it isn't, because they're not real. That's not a real thing. That's... I appreciate the assist. I think you knew that, and you just said this would be a really funny thing to say, which I appreciate. Were vampires real? Sure. But even then, like the vampires, they usually don't kill their love. Like they turn their love into like another person who lives immortally with them. Like look at Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula. Like that dude was gonna fucking kill Lucy because she was just like, you know, for the streets. But he was gonna turn Mina Harker because he was like, we're predestined to be together. You were my wife back in the fucking, in that war in Romania or whatever. So there's almost something like, I'm not into it. There's something romantic about the vampire thing. It wasn't like he just killed. It's like a vampire falling in love with Van Helsing or something like that. And you're like, yo, Dracula, Van Helsing kills vampires. And you're like, yeah, but I'm built different. What about the Phantom of the Opera? I don't really know what's up with that guy. I have no concept of what happens in the play. I don't know if he's like a creature or if he was just badly burned. He's just a guy who he had an accident or something. He's just a guy. Okay. I gotta see more plays, man. Motherfucker spent 30 years picking out exactly the right newsboy cap on Seville Row, and then all of a sudden just gets ganked and two-tapped. That's gotta sting. Oh, wow. Can I tell you, I need to correct a false narrative that I said 2 weeks ago. I said that the downtown Vancouver Costco is washed and the Richmond Costco is goated. This is true. We went there on Saturday, and in terms of the selection inside of the Richmond Costco, it's incredible. But I had never seen this before. We did go on a Saturday. It was like 4:30 p.m. So what do you expect, okay? The parking lot was full to the point where people were queuing in their cars in the lane. So you just pick a lane and you wait for somebody to pull out and then you take their spot. So we waited like, I don't know, 5 minutes and we got a spot. That wasn't even that bad. We shopped. There were people pushing their carts. I don't know what, is anyone here? Answer for Richmond, okay? Any Richmondonians or people who from the greater Vancouver area who go to the Richmond Costco? There were adults walking their carts sideways, standing beside the cart and holding it like this, just taking up space for no reason, bumping the wheels into their fucking heels for fun. I don't understand why. There were adults walking in front of their carts with their hands behind them, pulling the cart. What purpose do you have for this? That doesn't even make sense. Like, it's just worse than the way that you walk it normally. And then the crazy thing for me, I just genuinely think there's no hypothesis that fits in my head except that they said it's busy in here, so fuck you. People would park their cart sideways in the lane while looking at shit just to block people. I can't even fathom how selfish or at least self-unaware you have to be to get to that point. But also, I'm not throwing shade here, okay? When you're in Costco, you don't need to look at every single bunch of bananas in order to choose which bananas to get. You just find, I mean, they're bananas, okay? I understand if you're buying like a single watermelon, you want to pick up a couple and knock on them and make sure they sound hollow. They're bananas, okay? You know what's going on. You want green ones so that in 2 days they're going to be yellow, or you want, it's going to be hard to find the perfect like dark green, lime, half yellow, half green, yellow, like to be ready for you. Just listen, there's 15,000 people inside of the store right now. Get your bananas and get the fuck back in the flow of traffic. Then we pulled out, okay, of our parking spot. We got out of there. Everything was fine. I didn't know this at the time. When I pulled out, there's cars coming, zip, zip, zip. So I just pulled out however I could, okay? I backed up, turned my wheel to the left to get into the right lane so that I could drive through the parking lot. Someone immediately took the parking spot that I just gave up. Not my business. Very much was the business of the car in front of me, which then one of the people got out and walked across the flow of traffic and started beating on their window. And I couldn't hear what they were saying, but like, she was upset. And then after like a minute, her husband got out of the car and like grabbed her by the shoulders and then pulled her back into the car. And what's fucked up is I'm like, I can understand why you would be mad, but at the same time, now I'm behind your ass in traffic because like you were queuing for the spot, you didn't get the spot, and now you're in front of me having like a road rage incident. And I swear to God, after all that, they just drove straight out of the Costco. I guess they just they were like, I'm too mad to even go inside of the store now. So they left. Which I almost can't blame them because they probably waited like 10 minutes and then their spot got taken and they said, fuck this. But so that I'm never going to that Costco on a Saturday ever again. It's insanity. That is strictly a weekday spot from this point forward. Anyway, we're playing Ballad Show. You can just walk over it? Americans, when they come to Europe and see a road, what is it? You can just walk over it. Oh, I see. I had a very European interaction on the road today. I was driving down a street that is two-way traffic, but only one car can fit on it because cars are allowed to park on both sides of the street. So I was basically in Italy. Dude in front of me, parallel parked, no problem. Congratulations, sir, well done. He got out of the driver's side of his car, no problem. Where else is he gonna get out? This motherfucker, because I couldn't get past him because there's cars coming the other way at this point. This motherfucker opened the door, the driver's side door, but in the passenger seat, right? like one row back. And I was like, no problem, he's probably getting his kid out of a car seat. Otherwise, surely he would get around and grab his bags from like the other side so he's not impeding the entire flow of traffic on the road, right? No. Dude roots around in his car for like 35 seconds, pulls out reusable shopping bags, then closes the door, gets out in the middle of the road, stretches, looks around, and then crosses to the other side of the road. I was like, there's a lot of people in Canada that are lucky they're living in Canada. I live in Canada as if it's the United States. I try to get out of people's way. Because people are crazy enough. They don't need a reason to come at you. Try that shit in the big town. Exactly. I'm dead! Speaking of which, my wife and I, we cleaned up all the leaves that had fallen in our yard, in front of our house, etc., this weekend. I don't know what percentage of chat has done that stuff. Probably like, I'd have to imagine it's probably around an even split. They gotta knock that shit out. Knock that shit off, I should say. It had rained for like a week straight. So on the first dry day we started to get them. The leaf blower does not do well with wet leaves. So we raked that shit up for like 2 hours by hand. Filled up 10, I don't even know how many liters there are. It's probably like 80-liter bags. We filled up 10 80-liter bags with leaves. They don't come to pick it up for like 2 weeks or something like that. So I got to store them in a place where it doesn't rain. And then, like, it took us a couple hours, right, to do this. Looked outside yesterday, especially because our neighbor hasn't done it yet. Looked outside yesterday and I was like, fuck you. You fucking suck. Your yard looks like shit, you piece of garbage. You're disrespecting the whole neighborhood. We're all laughing at you, even though mine looked even worse, like less than 6 hours before. Woke up this morning, looked outside. Can't believe what I saw. 100 million leaves have fallen on the floor. They keep coming, man. They never stop. It's crazy. Then I sent a picture of all of our, like, the bags that we bagged up the leaves in. I sent a picture of them to my mom, and I said, do you guys miss having a yard? And they said, no, but I've done that before, usually while my teenage son was inside playing video games. And I got mad at her. I was like, yeah, I know. That's why this shit sucks so much for me now, is because you didn't instill any discipline in me when I was a kid. You should have been like, get out there and help me. Now, at age 34, I would look at this stuff as like, you know, it's just nice to be outside, which is kind of how I looked at it, to be honest. But it's like, come on, Mom. You let me get away with too much as a teenager. And now I'm doing it, like, the same way with my kid. Like, you know, it's just me, Kate, and Luna, right? So if me and Kate are doing the leaves, she's only 3 years old, so she's got to be outside at least so we can watch her. Not me and Kate, like, busting our ass on our hands and knees, picking up all these leaves, raking them up, scooping them up, putting them in the bag, and then she's crying on the front step watching her iPad going, I want a smoothie, I want a smoothie. And I'm like, oh my, what the fuck are we doing, man? We ruined our kid already? She just turned 3? She already sounds like a millennial? What's your favorite planet, NL? I gotta say Earth. By the way, did you see the Reddit thread yesterday that was like, what thing is real that blows your mind? People were like, oh, time dilation on a planetary scale. Shit you're never gonna interface with, like, in your real life. Then they say, oh, the fact that, like, the Big Bang was the creation of all matter in the universe. Like, what the fuck happened before the big, like, what was the Big Bang? What was the damn, like, orb sitting in before it exploded if it wasn't sitting in the universe, right? Not a single person said the fact that you can know that you know something, but it takes you like a minute sometimes in order to figure out the thing that you know. If someone says who played Ari Gold on Entourage, you'll be like, hang on a second, I know that one. I just got to send the guy back in my brain to pull out the Jeremy Piven volume and then bring the Jeremy Piven volume up to like my executive functioning frontal lobe and go, it's Jeremy Piven. Your brain is legit like a librarian, man. It's crazy. You check the computer and it's like, yeah, we got like 8 pieces of information about Jeremy Piven. He was in, he played Ari Gold on Entourage. He was going bald when he was a writer on the Larry Sanders Show, but then miraculously just started regrowing his hair again. He plays the supplicant to the dean in Old School. We got a little bit of a key value pair going on Jeremy Piven back there. But I don't know that I know it until I send the dude back to get the Jeremy Piven book. Instead, they're all like, it's crazy how like, if gravity affects the flow of time. I'm like, bitch, this is not relevant, okay? You're not Isaac Asimov. Sell Scholar. You have to get played. It's gonna be close. Plus 10 molt on this, okay. Maybe it's, I don't know, it's still gonna be pretty close. It's like we're right on right now. It's almost like you have to discard to get rid of the face cards. But then you have to draw like the right thing in order to make the discard worth it. Like we could probably get away with playing 1 face card. And then this is none face cards. So that's great. This is my last hand. Oh! Ooh. What can I say? Even had 44 points to spare. Have you ever seen that tweet? This might be the funniest tweet that I don't understand, but I think is hilarious. It's the tweet starts like 38-year-old girlfriend that still says sus or something like that. And then the body of her text, or the text of her body, is like, Twitter is debating whether or not PAWG is a slur, and I just can't with this hell site today. And then the next line is me popping a boner so huge after hearing PAWG that I think I might faint. And then their quote was, I think I hauve COVID. I don't know. It's just a great tweet. I don't know. I'm so jealous of people who can come up with a joke like that. There's no punchline, and it's so funny. Someone saying, I just can't with this hell site today is so good. I was thinking about that. Listen, I'm gonna get booed for this, but I deserve to. I was thinking about that every time, like, something gets retweeted into my feed that's like, here's the current status of the SAG after a strike, and here's what you can do to help. And I'm like, I'm taking a shit right now. I can't do anything. I'm not in the business. I'm supporting you, like, ideologically, but there's nothing I could do to help you get one over on Bob Iger. You know, it's like I'm already doing what I'm already not watching shit because it all sucks anyway. I'm doing what I can, okay? The ultimate +2 is a +2 from everyone but a -2 from Origin. That's like a super +2. That's like when you shoot the moon in in Hearts. And you're like, wait a minute, my hand fucking sucks. Wait a minute, my hand fucking sucks. It sucks so bad, I'm about to win. I'm saving my money. I think I have COVID. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. Ooh. By the way, I need to expand on my tweet a little bit. My tweet was, all the tall MFers in the NBA, now that there's an even taller MFer, and it's the reaction image, I want to go back to having fun. Is anybody else who's not that tall loving seeing extremely tall basketball players look short because of the rise of Victor Wembanyama? I'm like, now you know what it's like, you 6'8" motherfucker. Ever since middle school, your ass was scoring like 75 points a game just because of a literal genetic advantage. Now all of a sudden, you're out, like, the dude is dunking on you from the key, and you're looking at people like, what am I supposed to do? My hands were up as high as they go. And I'm like, God, I know, brother. Most of us learned that lesson in like grade 6 or something like that. You make it to the school team because you're like cracked at making layups or whatever, and then all of a sudden you realize that like one kid at the school across town for some reason is like 6'5" in the 8th grade, and you're like, there goes that dream. Banshees of Inisherin. Now all of a sudden, you got Victor Wembanyama, and they're like, being tall isn't fair. And you're like, welcome to basketball, bitch. That's what it's been like since it was invented. There's a tall guy in Banshees of Inisherin? No, obviously not. It takes place in Ireland. Oh, come on. I'm 5'9½". I can say whatever I want to say. What's the worst profession to have intrusive thoughts? And there's probably a lot. Like, we do rely on people a great deal. I definitely feel like anything where you're in charge of like a lot of people's safety is a big one. Like a bus or a train driver or a pilot or something like that. Especially like, I'm not nervous to fly, and if this happened a lot, you would hear about it. That's my main inoculation against this anxiety. Whenever I'm on a flight and it's like a major carrier, so there's one pilot and one co-pilot, I'm like, we're set. Because even if one of those motherfuckers has a total breakdown, like, I don't know if they got gambling debts or whatever, the other dude is gonna keep them in check. But sometimes, on those short flights, Toronto to Kingston, Kingston to Toronto, they just got like one 26-year-old dude flying the plane. Now, it's only half an hour long, you know, you don't expect a lot to go wrong, but I'm like, they could be having a bad day or something, and then that's all over for all of us. Any plans for Halloween? Yes. I will be dressed as James P. Sullivan from Monsters, Inc. My wife will be dressed as Mike Wazowski, and my daughter will be dressed as Boo. And then it's like, when you got a kid, Halloween's like not just a one-day thing. We got like a community Halloween thing on the weekend. And then there's like a Halloween trick-or-treating thing at the mall. And then there's like, next Wednesday is like the real trick-or-treating. But what's the etiquette? Because this is like the first year that like we're gonna, I mean, we went out trick-or-treating last year, but it was kind of like to like a village where you just hit all the houses ASAP. And nobody ever came to our house for Halloween. Like, Kate would always prepare like a bunch of Halloween gift bags and stuff like that, and then it would be like, well, looks like over the next 3 months, some motherfucker's gotta eat 90 bags full of candy. That's me, I'm the motherfucker. But this year is a little different. We're going out just as a family, but we have a young kid, so we're also gonna have lots of people coming to our house, I think. So do we like go out at like 5 to 7? Is that like toddler trick-or-treat zone? And then we come back and like while we're eating dinner, the older kids come out like 7 to 9 or something like that? You've got it. Sunset to dark is older kids. Pre-sunset is young kids. Leave the bowl out? I'll leave the bowl out. I'm not afraid of like leaving candy outside. I know the idea is like, what if some jerk comes along and just steals all the candy? Okay, what if some jerk comes along and like smashes my windows, you know? What if some jerk comes along and steals all the candy, then I'm out like $8. Like, I'll get over it. It's not that big of a deal. Like 16-year-olds think they're so cool. Check it out. I stole $8 worth of fun size of Reese's peanut butter cups. So that's not cool. You know what's cool? Doing 2 hours of Peloton rides every morning. Taking care of yourself. You shoplifted some damn corn syrup. Back in my day, we were public urinating all over the place. Like, if you're gonna do a crime, at least put your balls on the line, okay? It's not cool. You don't get cool props for stealing Halloween candy. There's no risk of being caught and there's no reward. Fucking steal a car. Steal a car or something. Do something with this that could fuck up your life if you get it wrong. Then you get some, like, you know, Bonnie and you get a Rush Bonnie and Clyde style or something. As your lawyer, I'm advising you to stop talking. Listen, I haven't looked into it. But there must be, like, a law in place. Let's call it, like, appeal to obviousness, which is if you say something obviously bad, like obviously ridiculous, then absurd, you can't be held legally culpable. Like if I said, hey everybody, let's all go eat Tide Pods, and then like if 2 people ate Tide Pods, surely if they ever put me like up on the stand, I would look at the judge and be like, come on, buddy. If they weren't eating Tide Pods with me, they were probably gonna do it with somebody else. Like, no big loss. That's called Darwin's Law. Exactly. Well, I feel like if I tell you to do a crime, I'm not paying you to do it. I'm not giving you any incentive. I'm just like, hey, go steal a car. I didn't do shit, bro. That's freedom of speech. That's if I released materials that was like, here's how to steal a car or something like that. That's a different story. If I was just like, hey, go out and steal cars. If people did it, I would be like, oh shit, you didn't see my /S at the end? They will indict you. I did everything wrong and they indicted me. They did. I do find that it's one of the most annoying yes ands though. It's like when you say something that's obviously meant satirically and then someone chimes in and says, actually don't do that though. And I'm like, yeah, obviously don't, you know, start breaking plates on your forehead like you're one of the Three Stooges or something like that. You don't need me to tell you that. I know we said it before too, but it's also one of those things where I'm like, you know, if I tell you to put a light bulb in your mouth like Fester Adams and see if it glows, if you actually do it, that's just bad luck for me. Because you were going to do that shit at some point anyway. Some other influencer was going to be like, you know, put your balls in the Coinstar machine at the Safeway, and you were gonna do it. So maybe the light bulb is like merciful. Basically, I'm saying don't make your stupidity my problem. If you're not smart enough to recognize my joke is a joke, at least be smart enough to not follow everything I say blindly. It's the American education system that should be on trial. Like, I didn't eat the NyQuil chicken. Did I watch every video of NyQuil chicken? No, but I watched a few. I laughed when I saw them. I said, they should not be eating the NyQuil chicken. At no point did I leave a comment that was like, you should not eat that. I was like, they know they shouldn't be eating it. Human beings have been eating chicken for like 100,000 years. At no point did anyone say, oh, you have the regional specialty is NyQuil chicken? Like, it's never happened because medicine. Of course you're not supposed to eat it. Do you use soap to wash your chicken? I'm not going down this route with you, okay? I'm not walking into a garden full of rakes and stepping on 100 of them. Use your imagination. Whatever you think is the right thing, that's what I do with my chicken, okay? Me drinking glass of water 225, seeing Chris Pratt on 226. That's it. That's why it's so hard to be on the top, man. There's always some motherfucker out there who's going to drink one more glass. You're going to get tired. You're going to be like, surely 225 glasses is enough. The motherfucker coming up behind you says, yum, yum, 226. How are your muster drills on the ship? For anyone that doesn't know, before you get on the, well, after you get on the cruise, you do have to do like a mandatory safety drill. This is how I know that like human beings, at least in North American society, like we're washed. Because every time I've ever been on the cruise, this one was 10 days long. The safety drill, you have to be there. Like, they check your key card and everything. Every time I've ever done it, all everybody does the whole time is complain. It's literally like the staff is there telling you, in the event of an emergency, come here and listen to us. That's all you have to do. And it's just a bunch of like middle-aged adults that are like just not paying attention, looking at their phone. They're like, we get it. If the ship's gonna collapse and kill us all, grab a life jacket. Okay, fine. Like, we could be at the buffet right now. They got, and listen, I have gotten to the point, and it took me a minute to get here. Like, the first few times, maybe the first 20 times I flew on an airplane, when they do the safety demonstration, I would make eye contact with the flight attendant. I wanted them to know I'm not on my phone. I'm not reading the in-flight magazine. I'm not trying to start my nap early. People are really trying to start their nap before you even taxi out to the runway. As if like 5 minutes into your sleep, you're not gonna be like just wait 5 seconds. But I don't do that anymore. But I still... Kate's auditing me. She's saying you were playing Slay the Spire. Now, yes. But like for the first 20, I paid attention. I'm just saying that someone... I've realized, especially after there was the fire on the ship that one time, at least one person has to pay attention to the safety announcement. And that's great for me, because that means I'm going to have all the power in a crisis. Person who's trying to go RNA polymerase 5' to 3' in the buffet line, guess what, motherfucker? Oh yeah, the muster station, it's that away. That's where the hole is in the ship. Oh, person who said nice hat when they got in the elevator with me. Hey, come along, we got plenty of space in this lifeboat. Do you like jjajangmyeon? Kate, did we get spotted yesterday? Is that what's happening here? We did go out for jjajangmyeon and chompong yesterday, and there was a table of gamers next to us. I know they were gamers. There was 4 adults in their early, maybe like their mid-20s, and they were talking strats. Like, they must have been serious gamers. They were playing like I don't know if it was League, but they were talking about, like, you know, in their scrims, sometimes they need a sub. We like this team. We don't like this team. Like, what are we supposed to do? I have almost reached the point of middle age where I was like gonna go over and ask them, like, hey, notice you're talking about video games. What kind of games do you play? You know, I'm something of a gamer myself. So I don't know if it was the Vancouver Rebellion. But they did it, like, I think they were genuinely serious. I don't know if it was like a Scholastic team, like if they're the UBC League of Legends Golden Griffins or whatever. But there were 3 gamers and then the gamer coach. They had a coach, which means they're at least taking things pretty seriously. Kate will back me up, by the way. I am experiencing suburban dad transformation right now. When I was out handling the leaves, multiple people in our neighborhood came over just to talk to me. Like, I was emitting vibes that other suburbanites find irresistible. One guy came over and he said, you got quite the... Yeah, Kate was out there. They just didn't look at her at all. One guy came over to me and said, you're cultivating quite the mushroom garden there. And I said, yeah, don't remind me. He said, oh, don't worry, they're just fairy rings. And I said, oh, really? Do you know how to get rid of them? And then he looked shocked. Like I said something wrong. And he said, no, but they're harmless. And then there was kind of like an uncomfortable period of silence. And he said, I'm going to the mushroom show at Van Dusen Gardens later today. And I was like, oh, fuck, there you go. I was just trying to make some small talk. All of a sudden, I've angered the Mushroom King. I thought we were bonding over having like a clean garden. And all of a sudden, this dude's like in love with mushrooms or something like that. I'm like, well, son of a bitch. But he seemed, I said, have a good day. He said, have a good day. I don't think he's going to come to my house and kill me or something. But when he said you've cultivated quite the mushroom garden there, I thought he was teasing me instead. Maybe he was being like complimentary. And then like another, this was when you were inside, Kate, another woman came over to me and said, hey, we just wanted to say welcome to the neighborhood. How long have you been here? And then I had to say, oh, we moved in like the end of June. And then she got me cracking up because she said, sorry you moved here like during such a busy time in the neighborhood. And I was like, I said, oh yeah, don't worry, it's okay. But in my head, I was like, there's fucking nothing going on, which is what I like about it right now. But like, there's nothing going on. I don't know how little was going on before we moved in, but like this, it's not like a bustling hotspot or anything. I Googled like what to do in Vancouver this weekend, and I told my wife about the mushroom show. I said, you know, there's a mushroom show at Van Dusen. She said, yeah, like we'd go to that. I said, oh, okay. Yeah, I was just joking. I'm not that mushroom pill, but I'm kind of... It's nice to just get out there and do stuff sometimes, you know?
It's their duty and their faith.
Do they dance or something? No, I think they just... People grow them, and then they, like, bring them, and they're like, check out my mushrooms or something. So that is true, by the way. Mushroom Festival, Vancouver, Resident Sleeper. Mushroom Festival, Stardew Valley, Bat Chest. That's what you're like right now. There was another dude who was amazed with your leaf blower. Well, okay, there was an old dude came over and said, hey, you got a battery-powered one. I said, yeah, it's pretty good. He said, how long does it last? And I said, oh, it lasts about 15 minutes, but as you can see, I got a second battery pack just so it doesn't run out on me. And he said, that's pretty smart. Then he, pulled out his nuts, basically, and said, I've got an electric one, but I just use an extension cord to plug it in so it doesn't run out. And I was like, okay, Grandpa, I see you. I see you with the... I'm out here using antiquated battery technology. This guy, he's living in the 30th century. And then, as it always happens in these conversations, it completely petered out. And I said, y'all take care now. And he did. And now, I'm the most popular guy in the whole neighborhood. Kate will tell you, by the way, I'm only like half joking. Like, anybody that walked by me that was over the age of 50, there was like a 99% chance they were going to say something to me. You ever ask these people questions to keep the conversation going? No, but I think you have unlocked the next step. I think I'm pretty good at conversing. But I'm not good at keeping the conversation going forever. If someone introduces themselves to me, usually we have a good time. But in public, normally I'm just minding my own business, right? I think the next step is asking them questions about their lives and then becoming best friends. I honestly wouldn't mind having some old friends. Like, having a toddler is a lot like living with an old person. Like, they have a very structured sleep schedule, and they can only do, like, very pedestrian activities, you know what I mean? I'm just my friends who are, like, in their 20s and their 30s without kids, what am I gonna do? Corey's 40? Yeah, I know. Corey's gonna come over to our house, and we're gonna be like, come on over and play our dinosaur-themed Hungry Hungry Hippos knockoff. By the way, like, it's 7 p.m. and it's bath night, so, you know, take a hint, buddy. You got to get out of here. I think it'd be kind of sick to have some friends who were, like, you know, in their 70s, and they're like, every second Wednesday we get together and play bridge. I could play bridge and, like, you know, I'm sure this shit would start at like 10 a.m. and go till 11:30. They would probably eat lunch at 10:15. Get some gossip around the neighborhood or something like that. Because then after I finish bridge, I could come back to my house and have another lunch. Because typically Kate doesn't eat lunch until like 2:30. Terminally online senior citizens love to equate their dislike of modern music to the impending collapse of Western society. That's true. I mean, I feel like both music and society have gotten worse in their defense, but I don't think that was related. I think those are just, it's like the shark attacks correlated with ice cream sales graph. You can't be sure that they do correlate. No. They might not cause hate, though. The only thing that causes hate is fucking 7, bro. 2020s have been the second best decade for music. Fight me. Oh, really? So what is it? 2020s and then like what? The number one's got to be, we all agree, the 1870s or whatever, when Beethoven was working, when he was at his peak. I don't know that much about the 2020s, but I do think that Bad Idea, Right, is a really good song. I think that's a 10 out of 10 pop single. Also, it's not pop. The fact that there are, listen, I'm not throwing Corey under the bus here. I don't even know if Corey's ever heard it, but the fact that there's people like Corey who will see that it's by like a 21-year-old woman and be like, I just assume that I don't like it. Bro, it's a rock song. It has a guitar solo and everything. Okay, it's not Swans, but still. It's a 4-piece band and a guitar solo. Like it's a rock classic. Because in the Discord, Chiblee will back me up. I said, have you guys heard that new Olivia Rodrigo song? This was like 2 weeks ago. And Chiblee said Nodders. And then Corey said, I tend not to like most pop music. The fuck is the song's 150 seconds long, brother. Why don't you just listen to it? It's better to appear a fool than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt or fucking whatever. You know how pop music works? Or not pop music, but like music on the radio that's popular? 98% of it is pure fucking ass garbage. Demi Lovato, Pink, Kelly Clarkson. I know she can sing, okay? That's not what we're talking about here. And then there's always like one of the most talented artists of all time. That's it. There's always a Stark in Winterfell. There's always an Olivia Rodrigo on the radio. Why'd you only name women? Well, like, I'll be honest. My most base take is that the only way shitty music made by women could be worse is if it was shitty music made by men. The men shitty music is even shittier. What does that even mean? It means as bad as a song by a woman can be, the worst songs ever are made by men. Come on, think about it. Whenever people talk about the worst songs of all time, what comes up? Some shit by Nickelback, Imagine Dragons. It's very rarely, no, come on. Friday's not a song, it's a video. It's a social experiment. Why are you back on your sexist arc? It's a different one. I'm sexist towards men here. I'm not saying men make worse music than women. I'm saying when a song is bad, I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase it. The worst songs are made by men. It doesn't mean women make better music. It doesn't mean men make worse music. It just means when men are the best at making bad music, okay? Sorry, ladies, if that bothers you. If you were out here trying to create the worst album ever made, we already got that covered. Why don't you stay in your lane, okay? It's because women haven't had as many opportunities to make bad music, and I don't support that. I think there should be a female Nickelback. I think there should be like a female fucking... Give me a second here. I know popular music. Whose songs do I never want to hear? I gotta think about it. Drake? I don't know. Back me up here, Prezzo, if you agree. I think Drake is a human being. You know, I ain't know about all that, so I'm gonna stay out of all that. Drake is an artist. I think some of those songs are kind of gas. Is gas good or bad? I guess that depends who's farting. So true. There should be women Decemberists. They could be called the Novemberists because in this household, women always come first. Hold your applause. Come on. Is that a Facebook joke? It is, but it's like a 2006 era Facebook joke when only cool college students were on Facebook. As of 2013, there are no Decemberist fans left on Facebook. Except probably the person running the Decemberist Facebook page. The Decemberists look like people that hang out at microbreweries. We gotta stop doing this. I mean, do they look like that? Yeah. But like, what's wrong with that? Everybody's gotta spend their time doing something. I don't even know what you look like. That's even more of an insult. At least that guy's out on the damn town or something like that. At least that guy's got enough, you know, he's projecting enough power out there into society to have an archetype and thus open himself to mockery. That really struck a nerve in you? Well, people always say stuff like that. They're like, oh, he looks like someone that hangs out on a micro. Oh, that looks like a guy who drinks IPAs. That's fucking like 70% of guys. You look like a guy who makes up fucking Poland ball Wojaks at home. Probably. I wouldn't know. I've never seen your face. I'm just making an educated guess based on where you choose to spend your time. Holy. Did I strike a nerve? Not so nice when you're the guy who's been hanging out in microbreweries, is it? Ideal female pop artist blunt rotation. Okay, that's easy. Definitely start with JoJo Siwa. I would say follow that up with Stacey Ferguson, also known as Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas. Wait, you said Nightmare, right? You said Ideal Nightmare? Her name is actually Ferguson. Hey, listen. She's not like Clarissa Explains It All, MFer. She's from, her last name's Ferguson, which I believe means that her father made Ferguses. No, I wouldn't want to hit the spliff with Joanna Newsom. She'd start talking about some shit that would be completely impenetrable in the moment. You know, she'd start cooing and mewing and stuff like that, and you'd be like, what the hell was in that? So I'd say Lil Tay, JoJo Siwa, Stacey Ferguson, maybe Nicole Scherzinger from the Pussycat Dolls. A circle can have like an unlimited amount of points, right? Grimes? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm sorry, like I know Grimes has made some good music. I think it's crazy how I used to be like the meanest motherfucker I know, and now I haven't changed at all. If anything, I've got like a little meaner, but like I'm the nicest motherfucker on this website now, which is crazy. Except for the really weird people who are like never say anything mean. I don't know what they're hiding, but it's not good. But like Grimes is not invited to the blunt rotation, because you have to be stupid to have fallen in love with Elon Musk. Unless it was like in 1991 or something like that. You can't be smart and have fallen in love with Elon Musk and had 2 kids with him. It's sorry, I'm just, you got other things going for you in life, which is fine. You're not invited to the female artist blunt rotation. For some reason, I am, by the way, but I don't know how that happened, but I must be pretty cool. I did see that he said he would give Wikipedia $1 billion if they changed their name to Dickopedia. Say what you will, he is very funny. A very funny guy. Did you see Cliffy B reposting one of the AI-generated Pixar memes and saying, holy shit, I've been looking at these all day and I almost threw up because it's so funny? I genuinely don't have anything against Cliffy B, because I feel like most of the time he just stays in his lane. I mean, the shit had like 46 likes or something like that, but after it got quote tweeted, it's bad, man. I'm sorry. No. It was the sofa one. It wasn't the. I did see the one where the lady, it's smartest blue check, where the tattooed lady in high-rise denim shorts is being chased by the ghost of a bunch of crying babies, and he said, "This is so sad." And then all the blue, it's driving me crazy. All the blue checks in the replies are like, "Are the ghost babies supposed to represent the abortions she's had?" And the dude's like, "Sorry, yeah. I know that was a little subtle, but yeah, that's the point. You got it. I'm sorry, I made it maybe a little too advanced." And then you like the dude made the art and is like sad at the art. I mean, he didn't make the art, like the AI made the art, but he made the prompt, and then he's like, this is so sad. It's not real. You made it. If someone drew it and you were saying it's so sad, that's also like insanely pathetic, but like, you made it, dude. It's not real. Anyway, but the Cliffy B one, I'm like, dude, it just, I mean, it's bad for me because it disabused me of the notion that you necessarily get better taste as you get older. That's like kind of the way it goes from like childhood. Is like, you know, you like Cocoa Melon, and then you get a little older and you like, I don't know, fucking like Nickelodeon cartoons or whatever. Sorry, no, they're good art people. They don't grow out of them. Those are actually for all ages. Okay, sure. Then as a teenager, you probably get like really into like some cringe-worthy stuff. But a few years after that, you're like, whoa, bro, have you ever seen Koyaanisqatsi? It's fucking guy who's seen 200 movies. You really got to get on Koyaanisqatsi. It's a thoughtful meditation that stretches the medium of cinema. Guy who's seen 2,000 films. Y'all really got to check out Crank 2 High Voltage. It goes hard. Anyway, long story short, I just can't imagine being 46 years old and being like, check out this AI-generated Pixar meme that references like pornography. It's hilarious. Also, I'm a little worried about society, because when people were talking about like, oh, AI is going to cause problems, it got shot, because we won't be able to tell like what's AI and what's not. I was like, sure, maybe one day, but not today. I can tell like every single time. But then, like 40% of blue check replies on Twitter to viral posts are restating the original post, but in different words. And people reply as if they're a real person. And I'm like, you're cooked. Like, if you're getting beat by ChatGPT-4 bots on Twitter right now, you have no future. Your ass is getting killed in the robot war. It's so over. Well, I think that most of those people are not in positions of power, so it's probably okay. But here's what I think we should do to fix the problem. If you get got by a bot, that bot gets to take over your life in society, because they are going to do more with it. Sorry if that offends you. You trade places with the bot. You become the bot. Now, that doesn't mean you're toast. It just means you're in the gulag. You have to then trick another human being when you're in bot mode into thinking that you're a human being, and then you take their spot. Like, I'll tell you, my ass is not going to the gulag to somebody like an AI-generated person that doesn't exist wearing a suit. Their name is like Doctor something to give them an air of authority. They've got 6 followers. They say, like, I'm an expert in nutrition. By the way, all of my posts are replies to pop tings about Jada Pinkett Smith. That's not, I'm not going down like that. Maybe in 5-10 years, you'll catch me in the gulag. I'll be like, I got by someone that said something that I already agreed with what they said, and that let my guard down. My own bias made me lose my my skepticism, and now you find me in the AI gulag. What if Pixar made a movie that wasn't appropriate? Oh, a crying emoji is the fucking funniest. What if a fucking dog was a fucking cat, bro? Holy shit. Can you even say that? Dogs are not cats, man. That would be crazy. Now, I know what you're going to say. What if a baby was a boss? Let's not go crazy, okay? That movie's got some artistic merit to it. All right, win this one so I can leave to pick up my GF. That's me tuning into Chiblee's stream at 3:58. I have to leave to pick up my daughter from daycare at 4. And this motherfucker's like, I'm gonna start the game right now, and then he gets sidetracked in just chatting, watching like some guy in Singapore make oat milk lattes for another 10 minutes. I'm like, please, please. Just let me see you make one tangerine, please. Hi, can I get a fucking cheese foam oat milk boba tea? Oh, Chiblee's like, I gotta see this. Please, for some reason, the only thing that'll let my brain feel fulfilled is if I see like the title screen of the game come up right now, because I have mental illness. You ever watch those Korean coffee shop videos? No, motherfucker. I don't know what to say after. I was gonna say I'm normal, but that's obviously false, but no. I don't even like go to the coffee shop. This shit drives me crazy. Okay, I've lived in Korea. I've been to Japan many times. Like all these videos, like a motherfucker goes to 7-Eleven and it's all like ASMR, like you can hear the camera running. It's always like a nice deep tone that's just always in the background. And then you see like a dude's hand pick up like the shittiest looking instant food of all time and describe it as if it's like a Michelin starred meal. Corn dog in ketchup mayonnaise. A nice salty American style snack. 390 yen. And then you see him like open the package and then put it into the microwave. Beep, beep, beep. And then like a slurry of garbage comes out and it opens it up and the steam like burns his hands and shit like that. And then he's like, squishy and meaty. This is truly delicious. And then all the people in the comments are like, oh my God, your life is like a movie. I'm like, what the fuck what is wrong with us, man? I'm not hating on the guy making the content. Like, that's all okay. I'm just like, I've lived that lifestyle. I've gone to the GS25 in South Korea when I didn't speak English and bought like a fucking bologna and a packet of Ritz crackers. I ate that shit with all my winter clothes on, burning the fuck up, sitting there at the bar inside of the GS25. No, my life was like a movie. It was like Lost in Translation, age 21 edition. It was not like Kimi no Nawa or something like that. It's true. No one ever does that shit with like, you know, Afghanistan. There's never like 8 dudes eating stew in the mountains, yucking it up, laughing with each other. All the comments are like, wow, I wish that was me and my buddies. This shit's always like just you lonely looking at your phone in like a rain-soaked Tokyo neon metropolis. I want to go in the mountains and eat some stew, dude, with my boys. I don't want to eat a damn microwaved hamburger in the 7-Eleven by myself. People will do that and be like, oh, dude, I'm in my Cowboy Bebop arc right now. No, you're not, bro. You're cultivating heart disease. Listen, I understand the hypocrisy of criticizing them for the video. I would like to point out again, I'm not criticizing the guy who's making the 7-Eleven food. That's a damn hustle. He's got the greatest job in the world. But I am criticizing the people in Ohio who watch that video and are like, God, I wish that were me. But I guess it's like human nature to be wistful. You ever see that video of the Japanese guy who makes those like convenience store food videos? And he goes on a cruise, and the whole thing about the cruise is that like there's no human food workers. All the food that you get comes in vending machines, but it's like hot food. It's not just like potato chips. Like you can get like steaks and soups and stews and sandwiches and stuff like that, and salads. And then he goes on the cruise and he's so excited. And every single meal, he's like, this isn't very good actually. And then like, it's 9 days long or something. I think it's only like 3 days long, but every single meal, like, he's like, the Hamburg steak looks good here. And then I'm like, the lie of the century. And then he pulls it out of the package and it looks like shit. And then he microwaves it and it looks like shit. And then he, like, the subtitle is always like, it smells a little off. It gets me every time. Because most of the time, they lie, right? Oh, so crunchy, so salty, it's delicious. But like this guy was like, he couldn't even spit like some fucking lukewarm taco salad or something like that. It always reminds me of Kinoshita Yuka. Shove like 8 McDonald's meals into her rice cooker and then cook it up. And then she eats it and she's like, yum, it's so savory. Kinoshita Yuka after she ate 8 32-ounce tomahawk steaks with horseradish on top of them. Mmm, so rich and delicious. Oh, lady, come on. The other people might buy that, but I've been around the block a few times. How do you really feel? My stomach is fucked right now, dude. Thank you for asking. Oh my God. I know. It must be. That's a lot of beef. It's crazy how beatable this guy is. Oh! I'm so good at this game. This is called an affirmation. It's when you tell lies to yourself, like, I'm worth it. To trick yourself into believing falsehoods. Please stop. Oh, well, am I blowing up your whole industry, therapist? You be like, I'm sad. Your therapist is like, here's some homework. Why don't you lie to yourself in the mirror for 30 minutes every morning? Pay me $260. Let me know how you feel about it 2 weeks from now, when I get back from Cabo San Lucas. That yacht's not going to pay for itself. Okay, here, let's not slander people, okay? The therapist is not buying a yacht. They're probably more or less getting by with a middle-class income. The person who is getting the yacht, and they deserve to, is the person who owns the building that the therapist is operating out of. As we know, the person who started the conglomerate that the therapist signed under to be independent contractors, so that they didn't have to deal with all the overhead of starting up their own practice, which is very expensive, finding a building, signing a long-term lease or something like that, hiring their own staff. Instead, you know, you just give the company like 20% off the top and they handle that for you. Despite not really doing anything, not doing much. Not doing any therapy, that's for sure. I'm gonna give you a bunch of +2s for that. How did you know that? Well, I talk with my therapist, which is crazy. Because she doesn't pay me shit. So every time she's talking, I'm listening out of politeness. But there is a part of me that's kind of like, what are we doing here? You should invoice her? But that's the thing, is like, I don't think she would take it kindly, which is crazy. Because when she invoices me, she says, you know, therapy is very valuable. NL on Dr. K would be interesting. See, this is why I'm the smartest streamer. I would never live stream a therapy session. I get it, because, like, he's the doctor. He's got to do it. But, like, my ass, there's no shot you would catch me live streaming a therapy session. You'd be, like, out of your mind. The therapy session is for me. I get the idea that, like, it could help a lot of people out there deal with their issues. I got my own... The reason I'm talking to a therapist is not to help you out. I got my own knots I gotta untangle, brother. You've stun-locked librarian? I don't know. Librarian's like, I'm going crazy trying to figure out if his therapist is real. What are you talking about? You're the crazy one. Do you hear the sentence? Why would I lie about that? She says, the therapist your wife. Are you crazy? Least married individual of all time? I'm gonna go to my wife and say some shit about, like, some traumatic memory from when I was like 8, when my mom made me cry or something like that. You want her to lose all respect for me? Come on. I've got to maintain a certain degree of masculinity in her eyes. You can't be saying that shit to your spouse. You're supposed to sleep together. You're not gonna give her the ick like that. You gotta be careful. He's so right. I don't know if you should say that. I don't think that I'm right.
Humanity must be born again.
I don't know. Maybe this is therapy for men. That's a weird sentence. Maybe this is part of men's therapy right here, is me talking about husband life. Sometimes something will be bothering me, and my wife will be like, what's wrong? And I gotta weigh the destruction of my image in her eyes versus being honest about what's bothering me. Because you definitely cannot be like, oh, I was just driving home and like Creep came on the radio and hit me a little different. You're cooked, brother. You just lost. Next time you're on the freeway, Creep comes on, she's gonna be like, do you need to pull over? One ticket to Ixville. That's a little sad. I don't think so. I think because you're phrasing it like, oh, I can't be honest with my wife. I could be honest with my wife, but if like there's something embarrassing that's making me feel bad, I'm like, I would. It's not that I would tell it to someone else necessarily. I'll just keep that shit inside. Nobody needs to know that Louis C.K. moment when you know, bust out crying to the final 45 seconds of Jungle Land that he talks about on Conan O'Brien. You just bring it up on stream instead. It's not healthy to keep it bottled up. Bro, I don't keep it bottled up. Boy therapy, girl therapy is talking to a professional who is equipped to handle your issues. Boy therapy is getting into a verbal altercation with DL Guiga after every Peloton ride. And then when you start the Peloton ride the next day, you go, whoa, what the hell? Where's DL Guiga? I miss him. Hey, should we wait for DL Guiga to show up today? I don't think boy therapy works. What are you gonna do, cry about it? Like that time Creep came on the radio? Was the Grink there? Boy therapy is getting into road rage at the Trader Joe's parking lot and then not telling your partner when you get home. It's true. I've never been to a Trader Joe's, but seems like one of those places, perhaps. Do not have road rage in the Trader Joe's parking lot at 3:02 a.m. NL, I saw you standing Olivia Rodrigo yesterday. I'm here to tell you to listen to Get Him Back. I can do that. I'm basically the youngest 34-year-old that is sane. I'm not 38-year-old GF who somehow still says, my sweet summer child. Like, I'll hop on Spotify and say, hey, Spotify, play Bad Idea, right? By Olivia Rodrigo. The song, because it's for Gen Z, is 103 seconds long total. It's the longest song that Gen Z has ever produced. Next song that comes on, Super Shy by New Jeans. You think I'm hitting the shuffle button? Absolutely not. I'll listen to that. I'm the oldest 28-year-old. I'm putting on Frank Sinatra. That's honestly so funny. Can I say something? You do not have my permission to show this to anybody over the age of 50, okay? I think that Frank Sinatra is not a good singer. And he didn't write the songs, right? So, like, what's the point? There's sometimes, I mean, Sam Yo's known to play the occasional Frank Sinatra song. And I don't, like, you know, stop pedaling and hit him with a weird champ or something like that. You're so real for that? I feel like he sings like I sing. He's like the first rapper. Like, he doesn't really have like a pitch. He just talks. And regrets, I have a few, but then again, too few to mention. Worst take you've ever had? I don't think. I'm just saying, if Frank Sinatra was on American Idol, I do think he probably gets to Hollywood, but I don't think he makes it into the top 16. Like, he's not beating Justin Guarini, let's put it that way. He would win on The Masked Singer? Do they even have a winner on that? I don't know. Let's hear his Bob Dylan bit. Well, Bob Dylan is an idiosyncratic singer, an interesting singer. That being said, he's also like one of the goated songwriters of all time. I'm not a voice cell. Like, I don't really care for like an Adele or something like that. a Kelly Clarkson outside of like Since You've Been Gone. Care more about the unifying package. He won a Nobel Prize for writing songs. Bob Dylan, it's crazy to think he's the smartest dude to ever win a Nobel Prize. So Katy Perry. Listen, Katy Perry, I don't know if Katy Perry wrote the songs. Katy Perry kicks the shit out of Frank Sinatra, though. You will not catch my ass doing a 30-minute Cody Rigsby Frank Sinatra ride. -2, -2, -2. Y'all are old, you're old and crusty and dusty. You probably eat Werther's Originals. You put Gold Bond medicated powder on your ball sack every morning. You probably use Seltz & Blue anti-dandruff shampoo. Seltz & Blue, everybody. Did you like the Willow songs in Camilla Ramon's ride this morning? Yeah, but I was confused. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is Willow different from Willow Smith? Because I was waiting for her to whip her hair back and forth, especially because it was a pop punk ride. It's the same person? It is? I thought I was making a joke. Good for her, yeah. I thought it was good. She does not whip her hair back and forth anymore. I mean, I'm pretty sure that song came out when she was like 10. That song still clears anything Frank Sinatra ever made. No offense, Jay. I know New Jersey loves Frank Sinatra, right? You also love Bruce Springsteen. So I'll say like a broken clock is right twice a day. Bruce Springsteen is so ass. DL Guiga, shut up, bro. You know, you suggest... I got mad. Well, not mad. I got self-conscious because, like, on the Peloton, I rode basically with nobody else joining me on rides for, like, 2 years almost, right? So I realized now that we got, like, 10 people joining the rides, it would be a nice thing to do to let some of the other Egg Carton members pick some rides, you know? So it's not just me picking the same stuff over and over. So I say, hey, you all got any suggestions for rides? Catch my ass giving DL Guiga the keys to the kingdom for 30 minutes and not me listening to a Machine Gun Kelly song? How did that happen? On the first time I give up the keys to the car, you're taking me through the Burger King drive-thru? Now you're trying to tell me Bruce Springsteen sucks? Like we're not almost on the 50-year anniversary of Born to Run? One of the greatest albums of all time about wanting to get the fuck out of New Jersey? Are you a TGIF Katy Perry fan or a Firework Katy Perry fan? I mean, Firework's not my Katy Perry song of choice, but I guess I'm more of a Firework fan. I'm way more into the Teenage Dream, Roar, Firework sort of stuff than I am into the Last Friday Night, I Kissed a Girl, Hot and Cold, etc., etc. But that's the great thing about Katy Perry is that you can rock either, right? Like I find personally that something like Teenage Dream goes really nicely after you listen to the entirety of Spiderland. Like it's just a nice like shot chaser, you know? What's your gooning level? I don't know, man. What's the cap? If the cap's level 40, I have to say I'm like a level... I might be like a level 25. I might have a level 25 gooning character, at least. I don't know if I just loaded into that character. I don't know if I would be able to hang in those dungeons. But, I mean, there was a time when I was like an only child who lived at home with broadband internet access. So, like, I've got at least one character on the server that has made it to Act 3. Let's put it that. I don't know if I'm leading new characters out on meth runs or anything like that, but you ever consider moving to a rural area? I think I could excel in a rural environment. I think I could be the guy who, like, when I'm not there, all the dudes with the cowboy hats are like, he voted for Bernie. He's good people, though. We don't hold that against him. I think I could be that guy. You're not that guy? I think I'm that guy, man. I think I could endeavor to be that guy. Which province? Good question. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. How would you explain your job to a bunch of farmers? I mean, I think they'd be able to understand it. Just because they live a more traditional way of life doesn't mean, you know, they probably still have Netflix access. They're probably not going to be the inner what now? The huh? They came straight from the 1880s? They did not come straight from the 1880s. Even the seeds came from like 2012. They were invented by Monsanto. I was workshopping a joke in my head when I was doing the dishes last night. It's something like the 19-year-old building DoorDash 2. And don't forget, guys, we're out here changing the world every single day. The one guy who manages the water treatment plant in British Columbia that serves 17 million people. Hey boss, I can't come in until noon today. Something like that. Hang on, I'm still kind of cooking up what I want out of it. I'm cooking up what I want the punchline to be. There's something there. Origin likes the joke. It's a scary thought. How is he getting +2s without a punchline? It's the influence of the I hauve COVID joke. I'm realizing humor doesn't have to have a punchline, it just has to be funny. It's taken a long time to get there. Guy who manages the water treatment plant, I hauve COVID. Twitter is debating whether pog is a slur, and I just can't with this hell site today. What a great line. Semen retention, pog, so true. Me when someone says the most insane thing I've ever heard. Yeah, that's pretty true. There's a People's Party candidate who talks about semen retention and calls himself a sexual alchemist. What are his thoughts on trade? I'm not gonna hold that against him. Maybe he's got like really good foreign policy ideas or something. We do have it all in Canada. Whoa. Me trying to gank somebody, but it's the year 1703 and my first musket ball missed. Oh no. Hang on a second. Breaking the thing at the mall? What does that mean, breaking the thing at the mall? Here it is growing and spice it is flowing. We're breaking the thing at the mall. Oh, I'm so back. The guy who fell is definitely book smart. Relatable. Relatable. This must be the dude who was guarding Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Situational awareness was not all that. Already found the second clown? I killed his ass. Easy peasy. You don't have to worry about all that. Like, I'm a steel trap, brother. Once I learn those patterns, they're not going away. Go ahead, ask me who directed I Heart Huckabees. I've already sent the guy out into the archives to come back with the record. David O. Russell, bitch. You ever gonna give Brain Guy a day off? Nah. I'll just keep punishing him forever, I think. Oh, it's so obvious. I'm not book smart, I'm money smart, makes me more intelligent. Call me Mr. Rock Festival, because I got hella bands. It's pandering. I can make, this isn't even a problem, man. Gonk. Are Sibians popular in Vancouver? Sadly, I wouldn't know. I don't live in Shaughnessy. I thought there was going to be something down there. I'm going to lose. Shit looks like a bird's eye view of someone's Factorio base. Don't worry, you're good. I don't know, man. Look at, they got the demon gloves. They got as much poison on me as I got. They got a Charizard. They got a Jake Paul Charizard. Hollow Fire Lizard. That's a tough one. They're pretty good. It's all right. We go again. Oh, okay. Also, why was everybody laughing at the pose where I went like this? Why was everyone laughing at this? When I bent my ribcage backwards, I went. I don't get it. Like, what's so funny about it? You look like the damn potion. Oh, man. One, two, three. We don't worry about it. My shit's broken. I'm ready. Oh, I'm not ready. Oh no, my shit! It's broken! Classic little bit. Our shit, sorry. Our shit. Let's be real though, why did they stack cement bricks on the table? Kids are just really dumb, man. I mean, like, adults are really dumb too, to be honest. But like 10-year-old kids, they probably had some cement bricks and then they said, like, let's see how many, like, our table can hold. They didn't think about the end game, which is like what happens when it doesn't hold. I need some context on this. Maybe it's before your time, the ugly guys. So it's a classic YouTube video of a couple of kids. They're probably like 11 years old. They're stacking a bunch of cement bricks on a table, and then it breaks, because of course it does. And then the one kid says, "Oh no, our table! It's broken!" Oh, man. It was indeed a glass table. As I recall, it was a horror film. insanely loud shattering noise. Oh, yeah. 1 second, man. 1 second. 1 second. It's only 24 seconds.
Hold on. Who's gonna make a mess?
It's so good.
Easy. Oh no! Our table! It's broken!
Kids are so funny, dude. I forgot it's like in it has like phases. Like first they were stacking them on eggs, like all the bricks crush the eggs, and then the bricks go tumbling down, and then the table collapses under the weight of the bricks. It shatters. Oh, just kill me. That wasn't even close. Oh, man. Oh, man. It is so loud. Those motherfuckers were right for the wrong reasons, man. Loud does equal funny. Whoo, that's a good one. Which one's funnier, that video or the cop flying down the slide? It's the table video. The cop one is still really good. You ever see the I can break these cuffs video? That's another all-time classic.
I can break these cuffs.
You can't break those cuffs. We appreciate your cooperation now.
I can break these cuffs. You can't break those cuffs. We appreciate your cooperation. You ever see the evolution of dance? No joke, we had a friend in university. It was like clockwork. Anytime he got like 2 Moosehead lagers in him, he's like, you guys gotta see this video. Dude, straight up goes to YouTube, sorts by most viewed all time. Here we go. Evolution of dance. Check it out. Motherfucker's doing the damn robot now. Who would have thought? You ever see the LARPers who found a dead body?
We were in the middle of our tournament when my friend John said he found a body in the bushes over there. I ran over there because I'm a healing monk to try and help, but obviously my magic wasn't strong enough because the dude's body was missing a head. So my friend decided to try and use a necromancer spell, which didn't work, which I knew it wouldn't. And apparently we contaminated the crime scene because that spell uses a lot of glitter.
Yeah, but that guy's a comedian. Graham, whatever his name is. He's the dude doing the divorced dad pack openings. It's still funny, but I'm here to tell you it's a fabrication. It's not a... I don't want to say it's fake, because that's like saying like Saturday Night Live is fake. But it's a confabulation. It's a bit. You ever watch 3-hour-long video essays to fall asleep? Nope. Literally never. I swear to you, on my life, I'm not putting on airs. You can ask Kate. I never go to YouTube. I occasionally see YouTube because my wife is watching it. I do not go to YouTube of my own volition. I got nothing against it. It's an amazing website. It's amazing and terrible. But I'm a very low-key sort of guy. You know what? I know how this sounds. In many ways, I kind of think, in this way specifically, I think I might be like the anti-zoomer. I'm like a low stimulation guy. Like, I have no problem eating dinner and just staring at the food while I eat it. Are you depressed? No, I know how this sounds. In the whole scheme of things, I think I'm actually just kind of normal. I think I might be the sanest out of all y'all. What videos do you get recommended on YouTube? I don't know. Hang on, I can't pause this. I could Alt-Tab for a second. Plock's Ness Music Beach. Stephen King's honest opinion about The Shining. Review bra, but it's a Midwest emo intro. What the hell? Midwestern emo? They're spying on my damn microphone? Vines that cure my anxiety. Abstract liquid background video, no sound, 4K Ultra HD. Like, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, man. I don't even know what's going on. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Do you ever watch Ludwig on YouTube? I just sweat. You realize you're answering this question in response to a man who just said, like, I don't watch YouTube. To be more accurate, I might watch a video on YouTube, but I never go, like, Chat the kind of MFer to go, what are we gonna watch today? And type youtube.com into their taskbar or their URL bar. See, I can do the kind of MFer jokes that you guys do too. Chat the kind of MFer to go, let's see what's on the old boob tube. And now the kind of MFer to pay for cable. Okay, that's also true. That's also why I'm trying to watch every sport in existence, because I'm already paying for the sports channels in order to watch the Canucks games. What about piracy? Have you ever seen those sports piracy websites? My information is worth more to me than the cost of the cable subscription. Not to mention my sanity at looking at the kind of detritus that ends up in the live chat. Those live chats are messed up. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. People are like, I love sports. Then they get home and drink like 2 Lakeport Ices, and all of a sudden they're talking about, like, you know, racist diatribes in the damn Washington Capitals versus Florida Panthers. Go to work the next day. They're like, hey, what'd you do last night? I was just chilling. You weren't chilling. You were trying to incite a damn riot. It's like the opposite of chilling. Chilling, having a bud. What's up? What's up? Oh, man. So true. What's up? Ooh. Oh, man. Kids these days could never. Every commercial now is like, Northrop Grumman cares about your mental health. Back in the day, it was like, what's up? Chilling, having a bud. Oh, man. Bob had a baby, it's a boy. Oh man. You'll call tomorrow, I'll call now. Ooh. You'll get caught up in the crossfire. NL in his boomer Facebook meme era. Listen up, liberal. My wife did not leave me, so not yet. What made you say Northrop Grumman? I've been making too many jokes at Lockheed Martin's expense lately, so I decided to mix it up. I mean, I got no problem with Martin. Wasn't he like the 5th Beatle? But fuck Lockheed, bro! Actually, NL, Martin invented Sar Bomba. Yeah, Richie Valens invented La Bamba. You won't hear me crying about it. That was a good one.
Oh no! Our table! It's broken!
It really does, like... It breaks for so long. It breaks for like 2.5 full seconds. Well, two full seconds and a half, I guess. The sound is not of this world. Like, I'm used to something breaking and it's like, break! But it's like, it breaks forever, man. Oh, whatever, just kill me. I don't want to. America's a land of extremes. I do think that the laziest people in the world probably live in America. They're called billionaires. But also, I do feel like the hardest working people of all time live in America. I feel like the average middle-aged American, after they finish work, is like, what do I do now? That's why when one of the Peloton members yesterday was like, I work 2 jobs remotely, I replied, I said, world's laziest American. That was my old man, get off work and be like, get ready, we gotta go fix the car. My old man was more like this.
Go ahead, King. This is gonna make it easy. Oh no! Our table! It's broken!
No, my dad wasn't the guy saying my table is broken. My dad was the bricks. I was the table. My father was a stacker. He would drink. He would womanize. He would make outrageous claims like he invented the question mark. Sometimes he would accuse chestnuts of being lazy. I don't know, you fuckers have ruined my brain. You know what I got in my head now is Morrissey going, I was looking for a yacht and then I found the yachts. And heaven knows I'm miserable now. Like, this is not the stuff that my mind was meant to be working with at age 34. I was supposed to be like the fucking comptroller in charge of my little parcel of land or something like that. Can you recommend some more horrendous movies to watch, like Slackers? There's a lot of horrendous movies that are in the same vein as Slackers. They take place in like a college and they're not very good. Sorority Boys, another good example. 3 men go undercover as women so they can be in a sorority. 100 Girls, starring Jonathan Tucker, is about a college student who has a one-night... It's a modern take on Cinderella. He has a one-night stand in an elevator where the power goes out. So he doesn't know who it is, and he has to find... I forget what he's trying to match it up with. It's like a pair of underwear or something like that. Road Trip. Road Trip is a classic. How do you know all these? I grew up in the era, man. A lot of people my age know all these. Or they knew them at one point. They filled their head with more useful information since then, I'm sure. Wait till you see what he does with the pie. You won't. I'm just... It's like a USA Today movie reviewers... clickbait review of American Pie. An unforgettable scene involving a certain baked delicacy left the theater out of breath, either from laughter or disgust. Your mileage may vary. American Pie 1, a classic gross-out Porky-style teenage coming with a U and two M's of age dramedy in theaters now. I don't know why in my head I've now got a little voice of an angry man going like, and even American Pie's gone woke. You see that new damn American Pie? You wouldn't believe it. They got the woman's fucking the pie now. It's not. It used to be the man would stick his dick in the pie. Now they got the lady sticking the pie up her freaking hoo-ha. And it's not even apple pie anymore. It's probably a gluten-free fucking matcha pie or something. She put the flute where? Huh? Lies of P gone woke. That's pretty damn true. If they made this shit in 1996, it would have starred Steven Seagal, the least woke actor of all time. It would have been Steven Seagal fighting James Woods. My friend describes himself as a Steven Seagal Democrat. It's a great line. What does it mean, Steven Seagal Democrat? Steven Seagal Democrat. It's a great line. Isn't it, folks? Co-starring Gina Carano. Okay, I'll plus to you for that one. It's true. I'm not saying they're related, but it is kind of crazy how right after Gina Carano got kicked off The Mandalorian, the show started to suck ass. It's literally just a coincidence, but like the optics are horrible. Jay, don't wait. Listen, I haven't seen it, okay? But it was earlier than that. No, bro, season 2 was fucking sick. It had lots of characters I recognized. Before I was like, oh shit, that's AI. Andor clears. Guy who can't swim from Andor be like, I can't swim, precious. We can't swim. I've never seen the show, by the way. I've never seen Andor. But I do know there is a guy who can't swim in the show and is played by Andy Serkis. How do you know that? I don't know. It just shows up on Twitter now and then. Probably one of those like discussing film. Post a screenshot from a movie that made you cry. I can't swim. Precious. I was like, damn, it must be like crazy that he must be on like a water planet or something. I also haven't seen the Banshees of Inisherin, but I did see a tweet of that scene where the dude says, there goes that dream.
I'm glad I caught you, actually. Because there was something I was wanting to ask you, actually. And discovering how much we have in common, well, just makes me want to ask you even more.
We don't have anything in common.
Don't skip ahead. But yeah, what I was wanting to ask you was something along the lines of, should have planned this really. But yeah, what I was wanting to ask you was, you probably wouldn't ever want to, I don't know, to fall in love with a boy like me, would you?
Oh, Dominic, I don't think so, love.
Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Just thought I'd ask on the off chance, you know, like faint heart and that. Well, there goes that dream. Well, I best go over there and do whatever that thing over there I was gonna do was.
Mm-hmm. And
the quote tweet was just, Riz so bad he killed himself. I can appreciate the gravitas of the movie, but the quote tweet is also amazing, man. It's, oh, man. Oh. Riz so bad he killed himself. Oh, I love the idea. It's half that the phrase is funny, and half that I absolutely love the idea of like Oh, what have I done? Like summarizing all media criticism in such a reductive fashion. It's so good. Why is this written like a stand-up joke? I know there was a collapse, but why did they have to cut off communication? Please let us out! Jerry, when he has to respect his 2-week voluntary self-quarantine after testing positive for the novel coronavirus in June 2020. Let me out of here! There's only so much DoorDash a guy can order! Jerry, I have COVID. It makes sense. Just think about it. Fucking stall Andy. Some of us are good at the game without having to stall. Hang on, my DoorDash is here. That was smart. Not a hater, by the way. I'm just saying. You can always get a free joke with my DoorDashes here. It's like when the comedians get heckled and then they reply like, you don't see me coming to your job and slapping the dick out of your mouth. And then the audience goes like, oh, it's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's just a freebie and you got to take the freebies when you get them. It would be hilarious if they did that classic little bit, but then like the dude who was heckling was like, how did you know I work at the dick sucking factory? You know? Wait a minute. That's privileged information. I've got like, that's confidential info, bro. I'm level 5 security clearance at the Lockheed Martin dick sucking factory. I just found out 6 more secret ways to please your man. We sold that information to Cosmo. I gotta change careers. Sorry, boss, my cover's blown. Jimmy Carr knows I work at the dick sucking factory. Yeah, I don't know how he figured it out. He's really smart and funny. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, man. Oh. They didn't send their best when they were making this section of the game. They got the Dark Souls 2 team on this part. Dark Souls 2 is good. Okay, H-Bomber guy. How about you get some original opinions? Watch this. I really thought we could make it. Me, when you disagree with me, open parentheses, there's a prominent video essay that agrees with you. Do you prefer skibbity toilets or the cameraman? Well, it's an easy answer. I prefer the cameraman because the cameramen play Everybody Wants to Rule the World, right? Skibbity toilet is so September. True, though, probably, I'm guessing. It's maybe more like June? I don't know. Guy who lied about having a girlfriend, panicking, trying to come up with her name. Yeah, I've got a girlfriend. Her name is, he looks around the room. Her name is Skibbity. Skibbity, he's in the bathroom. Skibbity toilet. Yeah, that's right. Skibbity toilet. All right, well, you can tell Miss Skibbity Toilet that she's invited to dinner at our house anytime. But here's the wrinkle. Dad is a cameraman. So their relationship is doomed from the start. It's like the Capulets and the Montagues. Oh, shit. There's a room where the lights won't find you. Hold hand while walls come tumbling down. If they do, I'll be right behind you. Know what I'm saying? Scrammity doobity, scrammity doobity, scrammity doobity doo doo. Works well with your Zoomer Shakespeare joke. I forgot about that one. Zoomers be like, Romeo, Romeo, where Fortnite at Romeo? That's still an underappreciated classic, in my opinion. What's your Mount Rushmore of classic rock bands? I have to say George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln. Because classic rock is real life. It's classic rock's world and we're living in it. Where's Donald Trump? Federal... No, he's out on bail. He just shows up every day, right? Can I say something? If I was definitely gonna be found guilty, you would not catch my ass showing up to court. My ass would be gone 100%. What's the point of sticking around? So true. I mean, we're really gonna do all this? Yeah, but he wants to be president again? He can't leave? Bro, we can just work remote like the rest of us. It's 2023. Like, use your imagination a little bit. Do not let NL out on bail. You can let me out on bail if I'm innocent. If I obviously did that shit, do not let me out on bail. Hell no, brother. Biden's giving the nation a Zoom call. Listen, Jack. How do I make my background look like I'm in the Oval Office? Joe, you're muted. You're muted. Joe, you hit the mute button again. What if the president was a fucking blip blip, ha ha ha? What if the president was a fucking, wouldn't it be cool? What if the president was a fucking, what if Jerry Seinfeld was the president and George was the vice president? George! Nikita Khrushchev's calling my bluff, George! This isn't just a controversy anymore, it's a full-on crisis. Cuban Missile Crisis, Jerry? Cuban Missile Crisis, George! Yes, it's not you Costanza it. Get me the Secretary of State, Kramer runs in. It's automatic at this point. Whatever choice you make, I fucking... Is it... Let's just make the clip better.
Whatever choice you make, I shall wait.
Women be like, whatever choice you make, I'll wait for you. Then all of a sudden, you're like, how about pizza? And she's like, I'm not really feeling pizza tonight. Make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense.
Whatever choice you make.
So true. It's fucking, it's not false, bro. I'm not saying it's true, but it's not false. You got me all wrong. I'm not saying that women don't like pizza. I am saying that women are like, I don't know what I'm feeling. Or like, they'll be like, I could eat anything. Why don't you choose tonight? And you're like, okay, how about X? And they're like, anything but that. It doesn't even matter what X is, bro. Daryl. I named 7 other restaurants. No, Greg. Finally, I suggested Taylor's, a place I knew she wanted to go anyway. I walk in the house. Tell me my ass ain't sitting in the car at 6:30. I get up, I walk in the house. She's stepping out the damn shower like, can I help you? Didn't know I'd be watching another man grind on stream today. It'd be so funny if I'm not gonna do it, so don't get your hopes up. It'd be so funny if one day I just went live and I was doing like a hip hop dancing stream or something like that. And I didn't talk about it at all. I just started like... You can't see what I'm doing because the camera doesn't... There's a lot going on. None of it's good though. Dancing is really funny. You gotta keep that opinion to yourself. People really aren't ready for that opinion yet, even though it's totally true. Like when someone's like, I express my emotions through words, I'm like, yeah, me too. When someone's like, I express it through song, I'm like, that's pretty based. When someone's like, I move my body to express my emotions, I'm like, come on. What emotions? Sorry. I've been to the ballet. It's pretty cool, don't get me wrong. Like, it's cool on, like, an artistic level, and then it's also cool on, like, a physical level. You're like, wow, look at the stuff, like, the human body can do. But I'm like, no one's ever like, oh, you really want to cry? See this dance. Yo, this dance will change your life. And then it's fucking, oh. Hey, sexy lady. Oh. Open Gangnam Style. AI pick of the ghost babies, but they're dancing. I find this so sad. I know I've said it before, I just don't get dancing. I've done it, it brings me no pleasure to do it. And it's annoying as fuck because people always assume like it's, like I have too much self-awareness or embarrassment. I'm like, I'm not embarrassed, I'm just like, I'm not having fun. Like, I just don't know what I'm doing. You mean to tell me you never hit the gritty? Not yet. I mean, if I was in middle school, I think I would probably hit a gritty now and then. What dance have you tried? Gangnam Style, the Harlem Shake, planking, Macarena for sure. The hell? What the hell? This is kind of my idea of dancing. It's just kind of like moving really fast and then sinking through the floor. Facts. Shut up.
Could build something else here as well. I think we might have the resources for it.
I don't know if we need it just yet. Like, I feel like our weapons are ripping these dudes up pretty well.
You're probably right.
I'm stuck. I can't walk through this door. Do you see that?
I see you shooting at a wall on my screen.
Oh, the door's right here. Never mind. I thought there was a gate down.
Oh, man.
Protective barrier.
Oh, I confused this for a generation.
That's so
or a
good.
generator building spot too. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, man. That got me good. I'm not going to lie.
Come on. It looked like a gate. It looked like you trapped me in there.
We literally we have to open two doors.
Wait, guys, come here real quick before you open that. Look at this. Look at my gun. Wait, Ryan, look at that.
Holy!
That's extremely good. We're gonna do it. Here it is. All right.
301. Clip it.
Clip it. T-Tours. F12. All right.
I want a magma fire. That sounds like a lot of fun.
We all just got 10 subs from Sega. Thanks, Sega.
Hey.
All right. What do you think their design was with this weapon?
Looks freaking sick.
Wait. Look at the shadow, man. All right. There we go.
I like what you're doing there. I don't know what it is, but I like what you're doing.
Ooh. I've pivoted to industry production.
I think that's smart.
Oh no, Timmy.
All right,
the dude is literally standing still laughing while our tower is getting hit.
Look at the shadow. Do you see the shadow?
I can't see that. Oh yeah, the shadow's pretty good.
All right, sorry.
Is it?
Sorry.
Oh man.
I'm really glad you're having so much fun with it.
Oh, okay. There's a mining spot.
What's the name of Polish sausage? I can't remember it.
Kielbasa?
Not sauerkraut. Yeah, that's the kielbasa gun.
Okay, you got me, kid. With no disrespect, you seem like a joke. You better have like 5 phases. Like, I'm not gonna beat you first try. But I'm telling you, it's not going 3,000. This is the hardest boss up until this point, IMO? What the heck? Really? Harder than Shrek? No, it's not. Absolutely not. Factually incorrect. How do you feel about that? How do you feel when chat turns on you? Just for saying your opinion. And yet you think streaming's a job anyone could do? Bet it didn't feel good. With all due respect, you got no fucking idea what it's like to be #1. That's fast. Hey, Moondog6, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Michael Cera looking, You ever notice how everybody does a Michael Cera impression when they drive? It's easier from the side. Normal motherfuckers sit down in a chair like this. As soon as they get behind the wheel of a large automobile, I hope you could see it there.
Fuck! They're trying to make it look fake! Slow down! You gotta be right next to me for it to look real.
I don't get it. They'd be like leaning their... You know what I'm saying? They'd be leaning their head forwards. They don't put their head on the headrest, myself included. I don't do that. I bet you do. I bet you do. I don't drive. Well then, with all due respect, you got no idea what it's like to be number one. Everything you do affects every facet of every fucking thing. You know, there was that motherfucker, and listen, we're all friends here. There was the guy in the Peloton Discord last night. He was going off on me. He was like, I'm as competitive as you. You better make sure that you keep pedaling so I keep pedaling. And I was like, damn, bro, chill. I'm just a pace car. Like, I'm just here to get a workout in. He was like, I'm going to, like, get you tomorrow. The motherfucker didn't even wake up for the rides. He wasn't in any of them. He slept in. Everybody's gangster till the 6:30 a.m. call time. I don't really care if he beats my ass in the ride. I'm just saying, like, he was talking a big game. Okay, maybe he had a family emergency. I'm just saying, you're absolutely right. This ain't a scene. It's a GD arms race, bro. Whatever that means. 70% chance he was on ketamine. I wouldn't know about all that. I'm not making any ketamine jokes. I'm not chiblee. A, I've never done ketamine. But B, I read like an article that like after a year of ketamine use, you get like permanent crystals in your brain or something like that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just saying. I think there was something in the article though that was like you can reverse it. But who knows how bad the shit that reverses it is for you, you know? That might punch holes in there or something. It's not shungite. Put a little ketamine around the La Casa. I'm sorry, I can't. I have to read it every time I see it, man. It's so funny.
Anyways, I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anybody know what shungite is? No, not Suge Knight. I think he's locked up in prison. Talking shungite. Anyways, it's a 2 billion year old like rock stone that protects against frequencies and unwanted frequencies that may be traveling in the air. That's my story. I bought a whole bunch of stuff, put them around the La Casa, little pyramids, stuff like that.
I got glintstone coming out of my head. I don't know what all these drugs do, man, okay? I just want to be able to buy Sudafed. That's it. Like, that's... I will support whatever narcotics policy lets me buy cold medicine that actually works without needing to talk to a pharmacist first. I can be trusted. You can trust... Sorry, it got me thinking about the intrusive thoughts memes. That was like after the dude on the flight in the jump seat, like, tried to pull the... "This shit is on fire" button in the cockpit and kill all those people on the plane. All the memes were like, "Yeah, you can trust me in the jump seat. I will not pull the fire handle. Why is there... Hey, does anybody else see that glowing ring around the fire handle?" He was a first-time psilocybin user. Apparently, I saw that he'd been awake for like 40 hours consecutively too, right? Can you imagine? I guarantee that dude's part of like a group chat where like all of his friends were like, "Dude, you gotta do mushrooms. I did it once and I realized that like all human beings are part of the same collective consciousness. It changed my life. My relationships are so much better. I'm a better parent. I have so much more empathy for strangers. That dude popped mushrooms for the first time and is now being charged with 86 counts of attempted murder. I would be like, bro, you really fucked me with that one, buddy. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna do them. I know the risk is relatively low, but there are anecdotal examples of people that were like normal and then they just took like too much or something like that and they just never came back. They're still in the sunken place. Just don't get in the jump seat. Microdosing is like coffee. I'm not like a fucking psychonaut or whatever, okay? I'm not building the RESTful API for DoorDash too, you know? I'm not doing like universe-changing work like that, so I don't think I have any need to microdose like LSD or psilocybin mushrooms. I'm just a guy. Picking up my daughter 3 hours late from daycare. Sorry, I thought that was milligrams, not micrograms. Ooh. I do kind of want to start eating like an edible at night twice a week though. But the problem is, it's like semi-irrational, but the hat man that lives inside of me is like, what if you eat it and then like 15 minutes later there's an emergency? Like you put your kid down for sleep and then you like eat the gusher or whatever. Like every gusher is like 10 times the recommended amount of THC you could consume. And then your kid is like, I have an ear infection, I have to go to the hospital right now. And you're like, I guess we have to drive immediately? I gotta get to the damn hospital within like 35 minutes, otherwise I'm fucked. And we can't come back. Yeah, that's true. Take the Peloton, strap onto the Peloton. Get to the hospital, they're like, what's your postal code? I'm like, fucking, sorry. I know it. Sorry, we just moved. Fucking. I'm not saying it makes you stupid. I'm just saying you're not at your most coherent. If you are at your most coherent, I'm not like a counselor or whatever, but if you're at your most coherent when you're high, you have a problem, right? That's not controversial. Yes, I have a problem. Okay, that's all I'm asking for. Everyone knows you're only at your best after 3 triple IPAs. I have a high-stress job. I'm high on THC the entire time. Yeah, but like, you didn't start out that way. Like, it wasn't like it was your first day as like a, you know, the dude who cools down the rods at the nuclear power plant or something like that, and you're like, hang on. Let me boof this grass real quick. You were like, you probably built up the habit in college, amplified it in grad school, and then when you got the job, you're like, well, it's too late to pump the brakes, you know? Pump it, I don't know, I'm gonna head through the windshield if I start pumping the brakes. Have you seen the 9 to 5 girl?
I know I'm probably just being so dramatic and annoying, but this is my first job, like my first 9 to 5 job after college, and I'm in person, and I'm commuting in the city, and it takes me fucking forever to get there. There's no way I'm gonna be able to afford living in the city right now, so that's off the table. Like, fucking duh! If I was able to walk to work, and it'd be fine, but I'm not. So it literally takes me, like, I leave here, like, I get on the train at 7:30, and I don't get home till, like, 6:15 earliest, and then, like, I don't have time to do anything. I want to shower, eat my dinner, and go to sleep. I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. Like, I don't have energy to work out. Like, that's out the window. Like, I'm so upset. Oh my god. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just like the 9 to 5 schedule in general is crazy. Being in the office 9 to 5, like if it was remote, you get off at 5 and you're home and everything's fine. But like, I'm not home. It takes me long to get home, and like people that drive to the office, like you don't get off at 5. And I know it could be worse. I know I could be working longer, but like I literally get off, it's pitch black. Like, I don't have energy. How do you have friends? Like, how do you have time to, like, meet, like, a guy? I don't know. Like, how do you have time for, like, dating? Like, I don't have time for anything, and I'm, like, so stressed out. And I'm also getting my period, so that's why I'm all emotional. But, like, am I so dramatic? It's fine.
Yeah, and it's pissing me off because everybody that's like 38 years old, all these old asses that are my age are like, Gen Z finds out what it is like to work a real job and is sad. And I'm like, you're fucking dumbass. Yeah, if you work 9 to 5 and it takes you 90 minutes to commute to your job, 90 minutes to commute home, it fucking sucks ass, idiot. You complain about it all the time. What generation do you think invented Kathy? Or Mondays. My freaking boss emailed me. I can't handle this. I saw someone my age that was like, I don't recall millennials complaining about adulting when they entered the workforce. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is all they did. That's all because it's a shock to the system, man. When you go from like your 4th year of college, you got like 9 hours of class a week, 4 days of day drinking. And then all of a sudden, they're like, to get to the office at 9, you got to wake up at like 6:15. It's fucked up, man. It's a shock to the system. I don't know, like everybody seems to agree that it sucks, but it's like illegal to say that it sucks. It's like a sign of weakness. Well, 100 years ago, Grandpa had to fucking wake up on the farm at age 12 and walk his decrepit ass down to the coal mine. Okay, that sucks too, man. It's not a badge of pride. They were like, suck it up. I know, like, why? But why? So you can complain. It sucks, man. I'm here to tell you, if you're like 21, don't believe the 40-year-olds who were like, nobody was complaining. Which generation do you think pushed this song to the top of the charts? Work sucks. I know. She left me roses by the stairs. Surprises let we know she cares. That's not how it goes, but you get the idea. Take this job and shove it. I don't want to work, just want to bang on my drum all day. I get home at 7, and I take myself out a nice cold beer. We seem to be wondering why there's nothing going down here. Which generation pushed this song to the top of the charts? How bizarre, how bizarre. That wouldn't be mine, but I was there singing along with it. They call it pool, but where's the water? Me when my daughter gets in the bathtub and she says it's like a big swimming pool. I'm like, you sure about that? You might want to check your mathematics on that one, sweetheart. The bathtub is like a big swimming pool. Have you ever seen a swimming pool? They're fucking huge. Our bathtub is, I mean, it's person-sized, but still. No bounce line. Kids are small? Yeah, but she's been in a swimming pool. So I hit her with the cold shower. Wrong! What did I tell you? We go until you get it right. We go again. Sword on top, okay. Finally, you put your sword on top. You're the stone I want. You know what I'm saying? You're the stone I need. It's Beyonce. You don't know it? I love when the librarian has a blind spot. Did you know, because they seem so all-knowing, did you know the librarian said some of the most insane shit I've ever heard in my life? They're 23 years old. They live in the United States of America. They said Subway is the only place they've ever had a cookie from. That is crazy talk. Like, you can see how it can happen, but at the same time, you're like, it's a bit wild, because cookies are like probably the most commonly consumed sweet treat in the United States. To just have never had a cookie from any place but Subway is insane. Like, you've never been to like a potluck or a kid's birthday party or like a church fundraiser or something like that, or been curious and bought them from the grocery store or a bakery or something like that. I'm from Indonesia. Don't pull that shit. How long have you lived in the United States of America? If you moved to the United States of America when you were like, since 2017, okay, that's more realistic. I honestly thought like maybe you moved here when you were like 6 or something like that, and then it's crazy. But 2017, so it'd be like 6 years ago. It's possible. Okay, all right, it makes more sense that in 6 years you haven't had another cookie, but it is still a little surprising. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying it's a little surprising. Because cookies are everywhere. NL has been in NA for 30 plus years and hasn't had lasagna. Hey, lasagna's from Italy. It's not from North America, okay? It's 2 different things. Also, lasagna is way less omnipresent than cookies. I can't think, maybe Pizza Hut sells lasagna, but like, other than that, there ain't too many lasagna places around. Literally, like every fast food store sells a cookie. Boston Market? My ass does not live in Delaware, okay? Do you ever have pizza? Yeah, but I'm never like, oh, you know what I'm really feeling tonight? Pizza. Let's get a pepperoni pizza and then some lasagna on the side. Like, are you trying to kill my ass? It's never gonna happen. Yeah, I'm gonna try lasagna for the first time. Maybe I'll get it from Domino's. That seems like a great idea. Never been to Olive Garden? I've been to Olive Garden. I got the alio e olio, as we call it in Canada. Okay, give me a second here. The what? The alio e olio? All of a sudden, everyone loves lasagna. Nobody knows how to speak Italian. Why does it sound like a Cardi B line? I don't know, because your ass is probably used to ordering the tour of Italy or whatever they eat in Wisconsin. Now, don't distract me, okay? I'm trying to focus. I'm Italian, good pronunciation. How often do you eat lasagna in Italy? Don't answer unless you're going to say never, okay? Like once a month, once a week? Shut the fuck up. I didn't ask you. Someone said blueberries aren't food, which is crazy because they're like one of the best fruits. I know we go through this all the time. I love the summer fruits. I'm not that pogged up about the winter fruits. I know the citrus fruits go hard in the winter. I do like a little citrus, but I prefer the stone fruits in the summertime, quite frankly. That being said, can I say something? And people never enjoy hearing it, but I'm gonna keep telling you the truth, okay? My truth, at least. Blueberries, juicy, sweet, fantastic, little expensive. Blackberries, juicy, sweet, little expensive. Raspberries, criminally underrated. Your mileage may vary, but I enjoy them mightily. Strawberries, a beautiful strawberry is hard to beat, but I feel like 1 in 10 strawberries is beautiful, and the rest tastes like kind of like a sweeter tomato. Like they're I think if you put a blindfold on people and instead of giving them like a slice of tomato on their hamburger, you gave them like a slice of strawberry that was sliced to the same thickness, they wouldn't know. They would be like, oh, that tomato's really good. That's my insane culinary take. I want to see some people do a blind taste test. Strawberries versus tomatoes. I'm telling you, I think the results may surprise you. -2. Okay, they laughed at Isaac Newton too. They said, okay, bro, how hard did that apple hit you? You need to go to the hospital. They laughed at Galileo. They said, get in the box, Galileo. We're going to freaking kill you. Bold thinkers are always hated. It's the cycle. First, they freaking mock you. Then they attack you. Then they listen to you. And then they canonize you. And this is why 85% of my net worth is in Solana. Bro, they laughed at the dude who invented the bidet too, okay? And now look at you. Get it twisted. I know I unfroze that banana. We're just not going to have the space for it. 2 bananas? Pathetic. You're still using a U longbow. We're out here with pandemonium and the godly plate of the whale. Like, it's over, brother. I'm at full HP. You're taking fatigue damage. We're not in the same universe. You're posting cringe. I'm gooning. We're not on the same power level, okay? Sorry, that was bothering me. Don't say the books were 69ing. It's beneath you, okay? No, I'm not going to click on the character a few times. For all I know, that might activate nudity mode. You might catch other streamers like that. You're not going to catch me, okay? Why'd you get a book over a damn sword? Haven't you ever heard that the penis mightier? You guys see that Egyptian sarcophagus that got opened? And there's like a bunch of pictures of people praying to what appears to be an enormous Marge Simpson on the inside. That can't be real, right? This has got to be a hoax. Librarian, hook us up on this one. It has to be fake. Tall lady with large blue hair. She even has a green dress on. Didn't you popularize if it looks bad, it's real though? Yeah, but this looks good. Like, it looks too good to be real. But the aliens were too real to be fake. No, they looked too shitty to be fake. Because if this looks real, which means it's a hoax. Because the people who hoaxed it made it look real. The aliens are real because they look like shit. Nobody would perpetuate a hoax with those decrepit ass aliens. They would be like, no one's gonna believe us. Aliens are probably crying hearing you call them decrepit. Let them come get my ass in like 400,000 years when this signal finally gets to their decrepit ass planet. You know how big the universe is? You talk shit about me, I could just like, I could fly to you. I could be there in like 5 hours or something like that. You're gonna be like, don't talk shit about an alien? Bro, the universe is like so humongous big. You could talk shit about aliens that lived on like Saturn. It would take 35 years for you to face the consequences of your actions, okay? Did you guys hear that Hassan flew to Big Chungus, Ohio to pour a Panera charged lemonade down the original Skibbity toilet? Did you guys hear that Hassan flew to Big Chungus, Ohio to pour a Panera charged lemonade down the original Skibbity toilet? Why did he read it twice? I didn't read it once. That sentence came from my brain. How ironic, by the way. Hassan Minaj got outed for making up the stories in his stand-up. Then it turns out the hit piece that outed him made up that he made it up. It's fabrications all the way down. I don't know what to trust in this post-truth era, man. He came with the damn receipts. Hey, now, there's a poop bandit at large in the college I work at. Someone keeps breaking in overnight and pooping in the classrooms. Breaking in, though? Or is it unlocked? It's bad either way. But so, like, when I was working a summer job in downtown Kingston, I don't know if I have IBS or I just have like some otherworldly bowel movements, but I would say like 1 in 12 toilets does not handle my bowel movements well. So my work toilet was one of those. So on my lunch break, I would go to random stores, shopping malls and stuff like that. I learned where the bathrooms were open and I would dookie in those bathrooms. So I fucked up their toilet instead of the work toilet, okay? I personally, I didn't see that as being a poop bandit. It wasn't like I said, hey, can I have the bathroom code? And I went in there and broke the toilet. It was like, it was a public bathroom. It was open. Just because I didn't work there, I would go in there. I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was poop in the toilet. Sometimes it flushed down. Sometimes it didn't flush down perfectly. And then I mean, we're talking about LaSalle Muse here. There's not a single employee in the damn place. Anyone here in downtown Kingston know what I'm talking about? No? Sure. No? LaSalle Muse is still empty? I know! They took out the damn restaurant that the 75-year-olds would eat in. There would usually be like 2 75-year-olds in there. LaSalle Muse is where I did my in-class driver's ed before we got permission to do the in-car driver's ed. I believe it also used to be the home of Kingston Online Services, an independent internet service provider. And John Gerritson's office, the former MPP of Kingston and the Islands. That's how you know that bit is real. I know every store in that fucker. You don't know John Gerritson, former fucking Speaker of the House or whatever? I went in there once, they fixed the pendant. There is a jewelry store, you're not wrong. There is a jewelry store. Anyone else think the Covenant is the best arc in history? Great little banter topic there. That's a good point. You don't really hear that much about any arc except for two. Noah's and the Covenant. Noah head's been real quiet since the Covenant came out. Noah heads be like, hey, Bungie Studios, you ever consider naming the aliens in your game the Noahs? So fucking stupid. So dumb. What is he talking about? Well, the aliens in Halo are called the Flood, or sorry, the Covenant. There are the Flood too, but they're not relevant for this situation. And there's also an arc called the Ark of the Covenant. So the joke is like, what if there were people who love Noah's Ark that were like pissed off that the Ark of the Covenant is getting so much press after they've had Ark dominance for like, you know, since Methuselah times. It's true too, because the Flood could exist to fight the Noahs. It's like they weren't even thinking straight, man. That was a very important block. Pardon him while he bursts, ×2. So true. We're gonna win this time. I'm not fucking around. Sufjan Stevens. I'm not fucking around. It's from his newest album. Came out 11 years ago. It's called Alarska. Comma. How I learned to stop worrying and love the puffin. Colon. Oh my god. Goated Halloween costume for this year, Ken Bone. Good choice. Just, dude, you know it would be great? So you show up in the fucking sweater with the shirt on top and the mustache, and everyone goes, who the fuck are you? And you go, oh wait a second. Then you pull out some pregnant porn and just start beating it, and they're like, oh, Ken Bone! All right, that guy, Ken Bone. I remember. 2016 undecided voter, Ken Bone. Wait, maybe that was 2012? Sorry, I don't know. No, that must have been 2016, right? It's been a long decade or whatever. No, it was 2016. The idea of being an undecided voter in October 2016 is so fucking funny. The fact that there was like someone in the Venn diagram who's like, I don't know, they both make some pretty good points. He offers cameos now? I got nothing against it. I'm not rooting for the demise of Ken Bone or anything. It just reminds you the world is made up of all sorts of people. Whenever you're like, does this guy exist? Guy who's equally jazzed by both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and also loves pregnant pornography? Yeah, motherfucker, there's like 400 million people in America. There's probably like 8 of those guys out there. What's crazy is you'll never meet that guy, probably, but every guy you meet is a different kind of guy. Because we're all so unique. No one you meet is normal. It's an aggregate of individuals that creates normalcy. Everybody's got their own, like, 1 in a billion sort of constellation of personality traits that you would be like, huh, I wouldn't have expected that. And I'm not aware of what mine are, honestly, but I'm sure I'm unique in my own ways. Bald Canadian streamer who will only put mustard on his sandwich if it comes in a squeeze bottle because I ain't got the time to get a knife dirty. And I was gonna say, and jerks off to pregnant porn. That would be the end state of the bit is every single one ends with jerks off to pregnant porn. Guy who orders a California roll at the sushi restaurant. Guy who gets a Coke Zero and then pours his own sugar into it and jerks off to pregnant porn. Why the Trump impression? That's not a Trump impression. Is it? Chiblee, Olivia Munn, pregnant pornography, people. People are beating it to pregnant women in this country. Some people think it's based. Some people think it's sad. I don't know. Just more goes into the bees at this point. It's not a good impression. Hear me out here. We need a Taft-style president again. Just a big guy. Like that's... When I ask you, what do you know? Just kill me. When I ask you, what do you know about Richard Nixon? You're going to talk my ear off. I ask you, what do you know about Joe Biden? You're going to talk my ear off? I say, what do you know about Taft? First thing every motherfucker's going to say is he's fat. We need a president like that. We need a caricature. Wait, no, hey, hang on 1 second. We need a simple guy, okay? We just need a simple guy. Just a guy with like a physical characteristic where you're like, that could give him a nickname. Yeah, or like a really, really tall president, like a 7-foot tall president or something like that. Yeah, Wemby, exactly. Vote this Wemby. We had too many like old guys in a row. We need get some new material, okay? What about like we haven't had a president who always wears a hat for a while, right? Like president who wears baseball hat inside all the time. And then you're like, oh, he's probably ashamed of his hairline, but then he takes off his hat and his hair looks fucking great, and you're like, what? And he's like, I don't know, man, I just like wearing a hat. Little bro, you're not on the team? I'll still vote, probably. You know, it's my right? I find a swing state, one that's purple on the Nate Silver model. And then I just fucking take a bus down there and cast my ballot for my dude, get a president who's wearing a hat at all times, even though his hairline is fantastic. Repeat that 6 or 7 times, and then... I mean, that's pretty much my whole November right there. I mean, we're still electing 21st century presidents. That's what I'm trying to... sorry, 20th century presidents. That's what I'm trying to say. Old guy, politician, businessman. Like, we should be moving beyond... We should be trying some 21st or even 22nd century presidents. I'm just spitballing here. We need a hat guy, that's a given. Certainly we need a vaping president, because vaping interests have not been represented well. YouTuber president, I don't want to be it for the record, but sure, I'd probably vote for any YouTuber. They got a pretty good track record. Cryptocurrency president, yeah. Coco Melon president. iPad kid president, yeah, we're due, man. We're due. VTuber president, let's not go crazy. How about like an enlightened president? You know, I'm sick of this, like they're like a bad guy when they're in office, and then when they get out of office, they're like, oh, I gotta atone for my sins. You know, George W. Bush is like, sorry for starting all those wars, I paint now. Bill Clinton's like, sorry for starting all those wars, I'm a vegan. What about like a vegan, like a president who is vegan, and then when they leave office, they're like, life's too short. I'm getting back on the damn meat train. What wars did Clinton start? Fucking cola wars, bro. This run is not cooked, okay? Relax. Storage wars? No, I think that's from the Bush era. Yup! Are you a yeah or a yup sort of guy? I'm a yeah sort of guy. You would not catch my ass saying yup. Unless I'm talking to Chiblee. In which case I take on some of his mannerisms. And now the kind of guy to say the jig is up, pal? No, I don't think so. I'm not that kind of... I'm the well guy. I am kind of the guy to maybe say, what do we have here? If we're talking about stuff that's in the same vein. And now the kind of guy to say, ope, when he bumps into you. Now that is definitely true. I am the kind of guy to say, ope, if I bump into you. But in all likelihood, I'm very aware of other people around me when I'm outside, so you probably bumped into me, but I'm going to say ope anyway, because I'm going to assume that it was a mistake made in good faith. I realize, though, as I approach middle age, I have to get better at quipping with strangers. You always got to have, like, let me give you an example, okay? I was raking leaves on Saturday. 70-year-old man walked by me. I deferred to him. I showed respect. I stopped raking. I said, hey, good morning. He said, good morning. Then he looked at me and said, you missed a spot. Now, it's funny because the whole fucking yard was covered with leaves. That's the joke. And I didn't have a comeback. My comeback was like, yeah, I think I missed a few. Have a good day. Because I was like, that was me resigning from the interaction. I'm like, man, I gotta build up like a dictionary of that shit. You missed a spot. That's a good one. Of course, my asshole, I'll probably try that. It's like Curb Your Enthusiasm, right? I'll walk by his house and be like, hey, how's it going? By the way, you missed a spot. And he'll be like, I have a big yard, dude. I've been doing this for a long time. You know, my son was supposed to help me out with this, but I guess he's too busy. And oh, fuck. Sorry. I'm sorry. You should have asked him where. I mean, I think it's not a bad idea to just let him win the first interaction with his quip. But I need to have my own quips that I can pop on people. Like if they're raking leaves, you missed a spot. That's a good one. I'm writing that one down in my death notebook. How many fucking animes have a character called Kira? I haven't seen any of them. But apparently Death Note has Akira, JoJo has Akira, and then there's a movie called Akira that I have seen because it's actually good. They do this really cool motorcycle slide. Did you know Akira broke his foot doing the motorcycle slide? Listen, Jack, how do I print from PDF? Can you do your best British accent? Yes. Hello, governor. I'll pay you Tuesday for an hamburger today, I will. Please, mister, can I have some more? More? Oh, you're a wizard, Harry. I'll pay you Tuesday for an hamburger today, sir. Please, I'm just a little street rat. I'm just an urchin, Dr. Holmes. Something like that. It's so good. You know what bothers me? If you do a more posh British accent, people from England are like, we don't all sound like that. Then you bust out the damn Oliver Twist and they're like offended. Okay, well I'm going back to my damn BBC London accent then, okay? Thank you, librarian. I mean, it's all just having a laugh. It's called the James Bond chord. Plays usually when James Bond does something cool like, hey, yeah, Mr. Blowfield, come on into the barber shop. Joke's on you, I'm not a barber, I'm James fucking Bond. Sides back and blow your fucking head off, eh? Ring.
Today, I'm going to teach you about one of my favourite guitar chords known as the James Bond chord. It usually happens after he says one of his infamous lines like, oh, Mr. Goldfinger, yeah, come in. We've got space for you to have a haircut. Come on, sit down here. Fucking joking, dickhead. I'm not really a barber. I'm fucking James Bond. Short back and blow your fucking head off. Twat!
Can you do an American who lived for 5 years in London? Okay, this one is going to be offensive. But I always... Okay, this is like just straight up rude. But I always love when you meet somebody who studied abroad and then you find out that it was like England or Ireland. And they're always telling you like, oh, in Ireland they do shit like this. And I'm like, yeah, that's how we do it too, motherfucker. I was like, oh, now listen, I'm victim to this too because I lived in South Korea, which is kind of like Asian America. I did have a housemate at university who did a semester in Ireland, and she was like, in Ireland, everything is like this. And I'm like, it's the same shit. No disrespect. I'm like, eat a lot of stew over there. I'm like, wow, crazy. Me too. Like, it sounds nice. This is not an anti-Irish bit. I'm just saying, if you want the street cred for studying abroad, you can't go to a country that's made a Friends knockoff, okay? You can't go to the country that made the IT crowd and come back and be like, life's so different over there. Or you got to go over there and work at a real Irish business, like a bog or a mine or like a tech company. A real proper Irish institution, okay? A bog? They probably got bogs over there, I don't know. Now do a Canadian who lived in South Korea for a year. It's literally me. I can't do an impression of it. But what it manifests as is me trying to show off to my wife. So we'll go to like Hanam, and I won't be like, oh, do you need rice cakes? I'll be like, hey, when we're at Hanam, do you need some tok? Hey, while we're here, should we get some kimbap? It's always just hey, by the way, just in case you forgot, my ass knows like a little bit of Hangul. She corrects your pronunciation. She'll tell you my pronunciation is pretty good. It's not perfect, obviously. I was a little offended though. When we were in Hawaii, we bought Hawaiian shirts. And the person selling the shirts was Korean. She was talking to my wife in Korean. She was talking to other tourists in Korean. And I was like, I'm gonna get her good, okay? So when I paid for the shirts, she said thank you, and I said thank you, 감사합니다. And then she went, oh, your pronunciation's not bad. And I was like, what the fuck? I lived there for a damn year. Not bad? Like, I really thought I was coming over the top rope. And she was gonna, because that's the way that people in Korea reacted to you in 2011, at least. It might have changed. But if you were white and you made like a little effort to speak Korean, it was like, oh my God, this is crazy. You are like the most talented individual I've ever, like they were basically just being patronizing. They're like, oh my God, you learned a word in the country you chose to live in. Thank you so much. That's that. I was expecting like a reaction like that, but she was not really having it. She wasn't in Korea? I know, that's why she should be even more impressed. She'd be like, what's your ass doing here? She's like, a white guy in Hawaii knows a little Korean? She should have given me like a 25% discount or something. Just came back from Korea yesterday. They don't care now. It's better, okay? It's better this way. I always get so annoyed. Sometimes Kate watches like these Korean variety programs. And it's always like 9 Korean people on the panel, and then there's one white guy who speaks Korean fluently. And I'm like, I know why you're there. It's like it's not, I mean, it's like a little rude, but it's always like, it's not like, wow, this guy's really funny. It's like, holy, every comment is always like, wow, this guy's from England and his Korean is so good. I'm like, have some respect. You know how many Korean people I meet in Vancouver every day who speak better English than I do? Like, you're a proper country, man. You shouldn't. Oh, I thought I was attacking you. You gotta make them work a little harder than that. I know I've talked about it before, but there's a YouTuber who is like a YouTube ESL teacher, so he teaches like phrases that are difficult to understand if you didn't grow up speaking English, of which there are many. But then like for a while he was not in Korea, he was in America, and his videos became like, you know, if you're in America, never go to this park. And they would like walk through like a park in Skid Row and be like, look at this, there's syringes and like it's scary here. And I'd be like, this is fear mongering. Like, you listen, buddy, you stick to teaching people what the fuck a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush means, okay? And then people, I felt bad because people from Korea were like commenting and they're like, oh my God, I'm going to New York in the fall. Thanks for these survival tips. And I was like, don't worry, your ass is not going to Gary, Indiana. You're going to be fine. You're going to go to Rockefeller Center. You're going to go to the Empire State Building. You're going to eat at like a Sweet Greens or so. You're going to be okay. You got nothing to worry about. It's one of those like, hey, nobody talks shit about our countries but us, okay? Yeah, it's fucked up. It's the same way. There's like YouTube channels that'll do like 4K walkthroughs of the downtown east side of Vancouver. And I'm like, listen, buddy, Nobody does that but real Vancouverites, okay? Who have lived here for more than 6 years. Because 6 years is not enough to be considered a genuine resident, apparently, for some reason. Opinion on Victor Wembayama? Might be controversial. I think he's the tallest man I've ever seen. Do tall people say thank you every day for the National Basketball Association existing? Like, they should be praying to God and saying, like, thank you, James Naismith, for inventing basketball. Because I think that were it not for the NBA, what would really tall people do? Like, if you were 7'2" in 1800, your ass was just like, they'd bring you out on the apple farm, right? They'd be like, yo, Gronk, wake up, it's harvest day. You'd be like, yes, boss. Like, the NBA has turned really, really tall people into, like, superstars. I have to imagine being 7 foot tall in the year 1800 carried, like, actually no benefits whatsoever. There was no basketball, man. First tall dude who picked up a basketball was probably like, he probably felt so powerful. You imagine James Naismith was probably like 5'10", tallest motherfucker he'd ever seen in Orillia, Ontario. Some 7 foot tall guy picked up a basketball and immediately, he was like Goku, dude. He's like the John Wick of basketball. I would love to be the first tall guy who played basketball. It's like the first guy with a watch. As I know it's a reused bit, but it must have felt so powerful. Or do you think it was annoying? He was like, why is everyone fucking late all the time? Just get a watch, bro. Yo, just get a watch. It's like the greatest sum of money I've ever seen in my life. It's a pence and a half to buy a watch. Sure, let me just mortgage my yurt. Buy a watch. I'm sure my wife and 35 kids will love that. When I come home and they're like, where's the gruel? And I'm like, no gruel tonight, honey. I bought a watch. Are you okay? I've been on this fight for 3.5 hours. And the worst part about it, I say this with no joke, the worst part about it is this isn't even like that hard of a boss fight. It's just a marathon. Chiblee, hello, by the way. Chiblee. Chiblee, is this the Golden Week, by the way? Is this New Zealand had daylight savings, but we didn't?
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip you hard.
It's piss week. Me when going to the urologist. Just wait on this one. Me when going to the urologist. Soy jack face. Open parentheses. It's piss week. How's that for a joke? I think that could go crazy on Twitter. Thousands of people desperately shouting heal. Me when I go to the urologist's office. Soy jack face. It's piss week. It's piss week here on the Great British Bake Off. So true. Ah, your piss was a little watery. Oh, really? Yeah. England motherfuckers be like, ooh, you ever have the cockaliki soup from Weatherspoons? It's mint. Hang on. I'm dead. You know what they should do, though? I don't know games. I know humor. Here's what they should do. This room should have door guardian. An absolutely massive man guarding an absolutely massive door. And then when you finally beat this guy and that door opens up, you should be in another almost identical room, except at the end of that room is an insanely tiny door and an insanely tiny door guardian. And then here's the echo to the joke, the second alarm. He should be 3 times harder than the big guy. Can you imagine the laughs when you opened up the door and there was a little version of the boss you just fought in there? And then Claptrap says, handsome Jack must have a sense of humor. And then it wins Game of the Year from like every platform. And then like 10 years later, they pretend that they didn't give it Game of the Year, and they're like, nobody ever liked it. And I'm like, your ass gave it a 9.8 out of 10, motherfucker. I can't believe, you know, sources are saying Lies of P is so good that all future games in the genre are going to be called P-likes. Hang on, I gotta think about that for a second. Me at the urologist. Soy jack face. It's free piss day. Sorry. I'm cracking myself up today. He's got to be weak on the backside. Just look at it. Bro, please. My wife knows I watch this stream, dude. I'm not fighting that guy. You gotta be out of your mind. POV, you're the Rizzler. By the way, I don't know if anyone here still watches Super Auto Pets. Were people cracking up at what if Gandalf was Gen Z, and then his opening message on Tinder was Melon, open parentheses, with Riz? Well, you got me. There's a ladder there, huh? It's a fine bit. Let's go. Hey, what the hell, man? You pinned my arms behind my back when I was trying to climb the ladder? That's a dirty trick. You hit me with that was a genuine back shot, man. He pinned my arms behind my back. Singing for the masses, music for the masses. Give no head, no backstage passes. I'll be quite good, I'll be quite polite. And when I rock the mic, I rock the right grind. You got no love and you're with the wrong man. It's time to move your body. If you, sure, why not? I don't want to play PC gamers. If possible, I would prefer to exclusively play against like Xbox gamers. I don't know about Sony gamers because they're really good at pressing one button every 3 seconds when the game puts a prompt on the screen. Xbox gamers, I think, might be our speed here. Okay. Launch me up. I'm ready. Play all the notes on all 4 records. The first to complete all records wins the whole damn tournament. Easy. Nod your head. So ready. That's tough. Look for some bonus points while we wait. Hello, sir. Hello? Come on. Oh! I won the game! I won the game! What can I say? I'm the best at rhythm. And nobody believed in me. Grade 8 music award. Excuse me, it was the grade 11 music award. There's a lot of competition in the 8th grade. Run Pigeon, Run 2. Endless Runner? Kesha Lover 69. Hit the approaching object in rhythm. Make one mistake and you're eliminated. Oh. That's a lot of pressure. They're crazy. Oh man, we all got eliminated on the simultaneous press. That's so good. That is great. Oh man, there's nothing like the first couple days of a BR. Okay, focus on this one. I'm ready. Hold. Yes! Oh. I have a feeling Apollo is very musical pilled. This is not musically. Someone check his glockenspiel. I think Apollo could win 10 games of this consecutively without breaking a sweat. Is that your first win? On your bike. I got two of them bad boys. I'll take that. I'll take second. Imagine playing a rhythm game and then your ass goes, Eine kleine Nacht music is too hard for me. Maybe you should go back to fucking hot cross buns. Something more your speed. Imagine Dragons. Maybe some Hocus Pocus. Yodelay, 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 hee-hoo. Yodelay, 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 hee-hoo. Oh, this is not my game. I shouldn't have talked so much shit, man. Come on. This is like by far my weakest game. Hot cross buns? Why get one a penny when you can get two a penny? I know, dude. It's so... Kids these days don't know what it's like. They'd be like, one a penny? Sure, that sounds good. Me, the guy who's been coming to this bakery for years, you can get two a penny. Keep it on the down low. You don't have to be first. It helps, though. Shut the fuck up. Focus. Choke on it. Sorry, Joe. Sad Joe with his 98.4% accuracy. Sleepy Joe could never get a perfect score in first piano shooter in Headbangers Rhythm Battle Royale, available now on Game Pass, people. It is. Some people said it was just on console. It's on PC as well. PC and console, people. Game Pass. Free with the subscription, folks. Available now on Truth Gaming with the games they don't want you to play. The games CNN doesn't report on. Just relax. Relax at the start.
Sword? Sword? Sword?
Save your brain glycogen.
Sword?
Focus a little. Focus.
3, 2, 1, peak, finish. Better luck next time.
For those of you who don't know what happened, I took an item box that said Hidden King. My king disappeared, and then my brain broke. I went, what? X. And I got exploded into vapor. I should not have gone. I've got a note to self. Do not go for the bonus boxes in the final, in that final specifically. I won, by the way. Let's go! That's almost like I won in many ways. We hold. Joe, yet again, you've let me down on the first piano shooter, Joe. Once more, Sleepy Joe, missing with the stick drift. I'm sure you'll say it, Joe. Stick drift. We've all got drifting sticks, Joe. It's 2023. Sleepy Joe could never dunk on Victor Wembayama. I've done it. We played pickup basketball together in Liège. I taught him how to do a pancake block. He said, I've never seen it done like that. Je ne sais pas, Monsieur President. Je ne sais pas. I said, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're an American patriot. Good luck in San Jose, Victor. Wishing you a happy Halloween from my AP Psych students. You got me up on the big screen in there? Am I like a case study right now? I'm coming out of the box. I'm coming out of the box. Happy Halloween. I'm coming out of the box. Kind of crushed my left testicle and I think my pants might be on too tight. Just moving around in my seat kind of squished the grape a little bit. That's okay. It'll be fine. That was just wine. Modern dating isn't that hard. You just have to be kind of tall. Listen, I wouldn't know. Because I'm not dating in the modern times. And also, I'm not kind of tall. In fact, like 10 years ago, I was average. But I would say now, I'm kind of short. Not short, but kind of short. I'm definitely short enough that, like, there are, other dads that I meet where I'm like, how's the weather up there? And then they say, pretty good stretch. And I say, all right, tiny. And then we have hardcore, passionate lovemaking sessions. Because you can't bottle that kind of chemistry, okay? Question marks? What? Two dads in relationships with wives can't also... I don't know. It's up to you guys, really. I had to take my headset off for a second. I hope he didn't say anything about two dads having ramp. I had to take my headphones off for a second. I hope his Riz wasn't so bad he blanked himself. You keep me singing that I'm singing so loud. You keep me singing with the rest of the crowd. Don't bring me down.
No, 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 no. You keep me busting all kinds of ghosts. You got me busting the ghost that's the most. Don't bust those ghosts. Okay, that's Ghostbusters.